Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer, Burnett, fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Do you? You think that's what you're gonna get now? It's a new year. It's a new way to be. And what you thought was happening is not exactly what is happening on this show right now. Because this show is Midnight Metal, and it's a show where in the new year, in 2026, anything, and I mean anything, can happen. And you already saw it. You saw it when we did a show on New Year's Eve, a new opening, a new way of being, a new way of existing in the world. And that in itself, my friends, that in itself is what metal is all about. And let me just say, I am going this way because I don't know why the new episode opening didn't come on, but here it is.
The night is calling, the drinks are poured, movies on the screen, inhibitions at the door, rips and reels, the stories they unwind, witness the madness in their twisted minds. Burnett and banter, Burnett and banter, crank up the sound, it's party time, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
So, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse. Call me what you want. I'm Robert Meyer Burnett, and we are doing Midnight Metal again in 2026. It is the 97th episode, and I ask you, it's going to be the 100th episode of Midnight Metal soon. What do you want to see on this channel? Do you want to see guests? Do you want to hear AI-generated metal tunes? Do you want to see rock stars? Do you want to see Chaosium? Who do you want to see? I don't know. I do know who you do want to see. The man, the myth, the soul of Midnight Metal, the director of The Hills Run Red, Mr. Dave Parker. Dave.
Woo!
Are you feeling metal tonight, buddy?
Fuck yeah, always. And you know, like Power Station said, get it on, bang a gong. Welcome to the show, everyone. It's going to be a good night. Rob, we've done this almost like Jesus. Like this is the soonest we've done another show in a while, so it's fucking great. I'm glad that we can do this. I think we're going to be doing this more regularly. We're going to
people want it. You know, in this day and age, you got to give the people what they want, Dave.
I agree. Well, to a point, to a limit. Castle Grayskull.
Here's the thing, Dave. Have you ever heard of the mushkin?
The mushkin.
The mushkin. Yeah, it's an ancient rite of physical pleasuring that goes back to as Spinal Tap would say, the ancient druids. Have you ever heard of the mushkin?
No, just the mamushka, but that was the Addams Family.
Yeah, well, the mushkin involves all 10 fingers and all kinds of contortions and all kinds of violations of bodily orifices. I'm just saying.
Sounds like shunting to me.
Well, that's from the Society, the movie Society.
I
know. The mushkin goes all the way back to apparently the Stonehenge was built to facilitate the quad mushkin, which is something that only mushkin Shaolin monks can achieve. I'm just saying. I mean, if you haven't heard about it, not many people have, except Julian Mushkin's wife. I know. I mean, you think they're like I'm just saying, she understands what the full quad mushkin is. It's a thing.
The things you learn on this show. It's crazy.
No, well, I looked up the Wikipedia entry for the quad mushkin, and it was actually deleted because, like with the Illuminati, you can only find it on the dark web.
Kind of like.
And I went into the dark web today, and I looked up the quad mushkin, and there's videos I wish I hadn't seen,
but
I wish I had participated in.
Did you find the clitoris on the dark web? I know you've been looking for it for
I don't need to go to the dark web to find the clitoris. I mean, the real question about the clitoris is: do you start with a 45 degree angle with 38 beats per minute, and then you bring it up to 124 beats per minute and bring it down? It's all about how you do it, but it begins with the 45 degree upturned tip of the tongue.
Yes.
Just saying, people don't even know what we're talking about, which is really sad because watching OnlyFans will never tell you. It's really sad. OnlyFans should come with a primer. Like here's what you need to know before you try and talk to these girls. I'm just saying.
And here's what you need to know before jumping into midnight metal.
Right.
God knows what's going to happen or come out of our.
Dave, really? You had to do it.
What's going to come out of our mouths? You never know.
Well,
but it's always going to be.
I know what's coming out of my mouth.
A lot of horse shit.
Anyway, guys, everybody, all guys and girls, everyone is welcome here. This is a safe space for all of your whatever. We will tell you that everything that bothers you will smack you in the face with leather and say, "Get over it already." Just like Cher smacked Nicolas Cage and Moonstruck.
Snap out of it.
That's right.
Snap out of it. Moonstruck, baby.
By the way, your trauma is trumped by someone else's, just so you know.
You had to use the word Trump, didn't you?
Okay, this was not a political thing.
No, we're not even going there. We're not even going
political.
there. Rob,
this is not a political show, dude. This is the show where you can punch yourself in the face and we still respect you.
A little bone smashing?
Yes.
For our look maxing?
Look maxing. You said that, even I on the New Year's Eve show, when you said all those things, I was like, even I had to be like, what does that mean?
Did you look it up?
I did.
It's crazy.
It is crazy, but look maxing. Here's the funny thing. Here's what I find so strange. Okay, I even find. Can I just, Dave? I know you're gonna hate when I say this, but there are people that criticize Hot Toys action figures.
Oh, I thought you were going to mention the other two words you're not allowed to mention. So Hot Toys is fine. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm just saying, everybody complains about oh my God, this face sculpt isn't good enough. Okay, the human face never stops. It never stops moving, even when it's still.
Especially
something's
ours.
Going on. Something is pulsing.
Like ours, melting, off.
I'm just saying. Have you seen the new Ryan Murphy ripoff of The Substance, The Beauty? I mean, come on, that's so fucking shameless. I mean, gosh, I wish I could rip myself off and whatever.
That's true because Ryan Murphy has always been the arbiter of taste and quality and good morals in all his shows.
Well, I have to say that Ryan Murphy hires Ashton Kutcher to star in his show that's a ripoff of Demi Moore's The Substance. That is some wicked fucking shit. That is some unbelievable. I am Team Demi. I've always been Team Demi ever since Wisdom, ever since she had Billy Idol and Pink on her fucking apartment wall in St. Elmo's Fire. I am Demi Moore on the cover of Parasite.
I was going to say, before Wisdom, there was Parasite, baby.
There was Parasite, my friends. People are like, what? What? These are
3D.
deep cuts. Kind of like the Mushkin.
The Mushkin, very deep.
Dude, it's so deep. Although I can only get, unfortunately, what I got.
Rob, how's the first week of the new year been to you?
It's not been very metal, Dave.
No?
I've been doing. I have to tell you this. I think my country is very disappointing to me, but it's not. Dave, here's the funny thing. In one day, in one day on just one social media platform, Twitter X, I was called a conservative, a white supremacist Republican, a libtard, a lefty. All in the same couple of hours.
It covers the whole
and
gamut.
it made me realize that I can be all things to all people,
That's true.
or I can be hated by everyone. But you know what that tells me? It tells me it's kind of like have you ever read or listened to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes.
Well, so there's the character Zaphod Beeblebrox, and the Vogons think they're going to torture him. And they throw him into this thing called the total perspective vortex. And what happens is, when you're thrown into the total perspective vortex, you see yourself in relationship to the cosmic infinitude of the universe, and you realize that you mean nothing. You're going to be quashed. You've barely existed. And they drop Zaphod Beeblebrox into the total perspective vortex, and they pull him out. And he's all smiles. And like the guard's like, You've been into the vortex? And he's like, yeah. You've seen yourself in relation to the rest of the universe? He's like, yes, I have. He's all excited. What did you discover? And Zaphod Beeblebrox says, I'm a really great guy. Didn't I tell you? I am Zaphod Beeblebrox. So I want to live the rest of my life as if I've been into the total perspective vortex. I've seen myself. I've seen the cosmic infinitude, the endless trillion-year span of the universe crush me. But you know what kept me sane, Dave? The same thing that should keep you sane. In all of that, it's a Dr. McCoy line from Balance of Terror, the first season of Star Trek, the real Star Trek, the original series.
He said the word.
When Dr. McCoy, I had to say it, Dr. McCoy says to Kirk, he says, you know what? I'm paraphrasing. I can't get this quite right. You know, in our galaxy, there's a mathematical probability of 100 million Earth-type planets or whatever, and 100 million stars or whatever he says. And in all of that, Dave, and perhaps more, there's only one of each of us. Don't destroy the one named Parker.
That's true.
That's why Star Trek is great, and that's why it's never been great since, because the people that make Star Trek think they're more important than the franchise itself, which they are not. They're not smarter. Anyway, wait, what? Huh? Well, anyway.
Rob, you know, you could have... All you had to do is mention just Dr. McCoy and not say those words, and everyone, including me, would have gotten what you were talking about.
It's true.
And
you're right, Dave.
I gotta say this. My opinion always has been with that particular show is that Dr. McCoy is actually the wisest of them. Fuck Spock. Fuck all that. McCoy knows what's up.
Well, the girls all want to fuck Spock because they think he knows the mushkin.
Right.
By the way, that was for 4 people in the group chat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you, though.
I have an answer. Since before your sun burned hot in the sky, Dave, I've awaited a question.
So was that the whole week? Your whole first week of the new year?
No. Okay. No, there's a lot going on. I mean, our audio drama True Noir has been picked up for distribution, worldwide distribution.
Right.
And so I've been working on that stuff, and we had to carve out a deal for our Kickstarter perks because we owe Kickstarter donors perks, which our distribution deal, it's been 8 months in the making. So now we've figured all that out. So I'm now working on the Kickstarter perks. Most importantly, the soundtrack album, which is a double disc set that Jeff Bond wrote the liner notes for, which are incredible. I'm working on the Blu-ray of all the different versions, audio versions of the audio drama. Mm-hmm. And so I've been working on that. And I've also been, we're looking into White Devils might get really big distribution, which is really, really cool.
Exciting. That's very exciting.
And I've also been working on using AI tools on getting a movie made.
Now, before we dive into that, because I heard a little of your talk today, and there is a point that I wanted to bring up that you were very emphatic about. Before I bring that up,
Yeah.
I think a lot of that is all good. And you were on the Campia show this week, so you were doing that.
Yeah,
stuff
I was
and
on the
talking
Campia show.
about
Yes,
many
indeed.
interesting things. And there's also the potential, though I know it's not locked in yet, of True Noir playing in an IMAX theater in Iowa for 2 nights or
Yes.
1 night of a
Yes.
2-night special thing.
Yep.
So that's kind of cool that you're working on, and that might be happening. So
Yeah,
all
I
in all,
forgot about that, but yeah, it's funny. I mean, you know,
it doesn't sound like a bad week.
Well, I mean, okay. Here's the thing, and I think you could speak to this. You and I are there's never a day that goes by that we're not working on something. There's something going on. There's something, but getting paid for it is very different.
Nowadays,
and even when we get paid, which you'll appreciate this, you'll remember this because you worked on it. When we were working on the X-Men 2 special features, which were nominated for Best Special Features of the Year, at the DVD Exclusive Awards. So we're working for Fox, trying to make the best special features we can.
And if you've never seen the special features, well, you have a little bit. Actually, you've seen the X-Men 1.
Yeah, those are 1.5 are on the channel.
Well, yeah, but if you've also seen, Deadpool and Wolverine, some of our stuff is in the
end credits. And dude, that was amazing. So we didn't get credit for it, but it was amazing.
Of course not. But it was definitely, that's the thing. It was ours because our backgrounds were on it. Our
your backgrounds that you created were on it.
Yeah, and I've gotten a lot better since then.
So it's kind of a funny thing that our work is in the end credits of Deadpool, and although was that X-Men 2 or X-Men 1.5?
That was 1.5.
I thought it was so. I didn't do those interviews.
Oh, but we.
Or wait a minute. No, maybe I did. Maybe I did do those interviews because there weren't those interviews for 1.5.
Right.
You're right. So I did the interviews. So I went to Vancouver and I was doing the interviews. But what I would say to people is that how you got paid when you work for a studio, especially for us, is they would pay you half up front and half on delivery. And we were hired, and I'll tell people the budget for X-Men 2 for the special features was $150,000. So what they give you is they give you $75,000 up front. Now that has to cover everything. We were renting an edit bay. I was paying you. I had to fly. Yeah, I had to fly back and forth and shoot and do it. You have to pay crews. You have to do all this stuff. So you spend all that money up front. It's all spent. You only get this other $75,000 when they want to pay you, and it's usually at that time it was net 90.
Yeah.
So
insane.
you deliver an invoice and they pay you 90 days later. X-Men 2, the discs had come out before I got paid, and it was 104 days from the time I delivered my invoice to, because,
Oh, I remember very well.
Because I owed you money.
Well.
But I'm just saying that was a funny thing. And if you don't have, you go into debt while you're working for the studios. And
here, let's just sort of like bring this around to people to give them an idea of how much has changed. So say X-Men 2. The budget was still high, that kind of on the comparable level of 1.5.
100, yeah, they both were $150,000.
Right. Okay, so how many hours of extra material did we provide on, say, just X-Men 2?
Oh my God, hours.
But how many do you think? Just guessing.
To be honest, I don't remember, but there had to be 5, 6. Okay, I will tell you this, Dave. I know what you're asking. My formula for original material was $1,500 a minute. That was
Right.
what it was. It just
But
generally
it
15.
was
So
it was
45
under,
minutes.
It was under 5 hours of extra material, not counting commentaries, which
Yeah, which also no, you have to record them and do that
well,
stuff.
yes,
Yeah.
I know you have to, but those are just the length of the movie. I'm talking about visual features and stuff like that, and we got paid that much. Now, back in 2020, when we did The Hills Run Red, how much did we get to do the special features that were 6.5 hours, and we split that fee?
We got $5,000.
Right. And I had to shoot with that money, pay the location, pay the crew and everything else. And then we edit all the stuff. And it was, in the end, including commentaries, 6.5 hours.
Yeah. And
that just goes to show everyone, if you wonder why discs don't have the bells and whistles like they used to.
Well, I would like to add to that. That I took my own camera to Bulgaria in 2008 when we were shooting the movie. And we did have, to be fair, there was an EPK crew for 2 days there, and they helped me shoot those interviews, to be fair.
Right.
But I shot 30 hours of interviews and footage. So for 12 years, I had these tapes that I shot. I didn't even know if they were good.
Right.
And to be fair, I don't know if Cliff was still there. Cliff was moved over to Arrow.
He was at the time when we were doing it.
He was doing it, and you know what? They contacted me days before lockdown, like in March, and they said to me, do you have anything? And I called you, and you and I were working during the pandemic to do these.
We were working more during the pandemic than we are now.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was incredible. It was amazing. And they said we had to deliver our shit like by May 1st or something. And that disc came out June 15th or whatever it did. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
So just to give everyone, just a little how things have changed so much.
By the way, Dave, I heard some information about The Hills Run Red this week.
You did? By whom?
I can't say.
Oh,
not live. I'll tell you, but I can't say.
Little inside scoop.
Scream Factory still has the rights for The Hills Run Red. It might be out of print. They might have not. They might have any, but they still have the rights to do whatever they want to do with it. So they can repop it if they want. And I think they should.
They should.
And they can also, The Hills Run Red does not exist as a 4K master, unfortunately, because 4K wasn't
a thing.
But they can up-res it, and they can do a Dolby Vision version.
Even if they didn't, they could do a steelbook with new artwork.
Yes, they could.
That would be something.
They could. And our film, the fact that it's out of print, that it's sold out, might tell them something. So they still do have the license for The Hills Run Red. I found that out. That was interesting. Yeah,
that is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all in all, it sounds like you had a pretty good week. On New Year's Day, I actually deactivated all my social media. I didn't delete it. I just deactivated it. I was like, I'm wasting too much time on this thing, on these sites and everything. And I wanted to focus more on being creative and productive in that sense. So it's actually been the healthiest thing I've done in a long time. I feel so much better because I'm not inundated with all this either negativity or superfluous bullshit or anything else.
Well, none of it matters when you turn it off it doesn't exist.
And that's the thing. None of it matters. I don't know what's going on in the majority of my friends' lives who only live through that now, but I guess they'll just have to call me. So it's actually been really good because you just realize how much time you waste. But what I might do is I might create like an Instagram page or something for Midnight Metal, just so it can be, we can promote the shows.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing. I think that I would, it bums me out that, my least watched shows are with industry professionals. Like Roy Lee.
Thank God we're not industry professionals.
But no, Roy Lee, I mean, I've been trying to interview him for years, and he finally said, I'll do it. And he said, you know what, get me a studio, interview me in a studio, I'll pay for it.
Okay.
And I said to him, I'm not going to pull my punches. I'm just going to ask you what I want. He asked me what you want. And Roy Lee did not have to do that.
Right.
He didn't have to do that. He's like a hero of mine. Because all the way back into the 90s when he's working at a management company, he was the guy that organized people that were reading scripts at various management companies and said, what do you like? What's going on? Why don't we talk? Let's talk to see what's out there. And he's the guy that is actually he's the one guy who, by the way, his movies made $2.5 billion in 2025. He's the one guy.
I'm kidding.
No, he's the one guy that will tell you he reads his own shit.
Yeah,
he makes his own decisions.
Reads. He actually reads.
Like he goes out there and finds his own shit. And
no, that's awesome.
You know, and the reason I even know him is he called me to correct me because I was wrong on a live show.
Shocking.
Yeah, it is shocking.
It is shocking.
Dude. And I didn't even believe it was him.
Wrong.
I'm usually never wrong. But I didn't believe it was him. I didn't believe it was him. But you know what? Having people like Brian Fuller on, like last weekend, having Brett Pierce. I mean, they just finished the Wretched Devours, and having the man who created the Final Destination franchise was really cool, Dave. So
it was. You know, the one thing that we didn't bring up, and I don't know if you've talked about this on other shows, and I hopefully you remember the name of the project because I totally forget it. But one thing, I mean, I doubt he's watching because he's probably busy with this. But you know, David Pryor got to make another movie that Guillermo del Toro produced for Netflix.
Has it come out yet?
No, but they shot it. It's been shot now. Which I think, you know, David Pryor's been on the show before.
He's been on the show. He came, by the way, when we had our great offices, he came to that party.
He did. And just so you guys know in context, David Pryor directed the movie The Empty Man, which is on Hulu now. And if you haven't seen it and you have Hulu, I highly recommend it. It's a really, it was.
Dude, I love, we both love.
It's a really great movie.
The Empty Man is a terrific film. And, you know, I don't remember where I read, there's some magazine story or something where he tells the whole tale of Fox being bought out and he was like there on the lot, they were finishing the movie. I mean, look.
Well, he told us the story too.
He did too. And I got to say, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Dave Pryor. I mean, David Pryor he did Fincher's special features and he's done such great work. I mean, there's a very small group of people that work in this, and I never considered us part of that. I always kind of thought we were on the outside because we're like. The
thing is, we were right on the same level of these guys. We maybe didn't get. I mean, when you really think about it, they had slightly larger budgets, and they had maybe a bigger team of people. Knowing because, and I can just
they had. I mean,
I worked with Charlie de Lauzirika on Spider-Man 2, and
right.
I know how that whole operation sort of works. And I worked with David on a couple just small little pieces here and there for stuff. But when you really think of it at that time and everything, you know, there was Charlie de Lauzirika, there was David Pryor, there was Curtis Pellerin,
Laurent Bozero,
and there was us.
And there were some other people, but they were working for bigger companies at the time.
Right.
I mean, you and I were like, what was really interesting, when I was working at Curtis Pellerin, I love working there. I love Michael. I love that team, the team at Curtis Pellerin that worked on Lord of the Rings and did other things like Atlantis and The Emperor's New Groove. I mean, I started working on the Fantasia anthology and Emperor's New Groove. That was the first thing. By the way, Emperor's New Groove came out in 4K. I don't know if our special features are there, but God, I was really proud of those special features. And when I started working on those things, Fantasia was the first thing. They replaced my Herman Schulteis piece, which I worked my ass off on. And because it was standard def and they, you know, replaced it, but whatever. I mean, it was a great time. and we were all auteurs. We were all, and you look, I did nothing without you. The only thing I did without you was Tron and the stuff I did on Lord of the Rings, but that was only because Michael Pellerin told me. I'll never forget this. So I get the phone call about Usual Suspects. I get a phone call from an executive at MGM, and it was Alan Spencer. Alan Spencer was friends with her,
right,
and said that Rob Burnett knows Bryan Singer because they were trying to do a Usual Suspects special edition for the 5-year anniversary or whatever. And I get this call from MGM going, we want to do special features. I'm working for Curdy Pellerin for the Usual Suspects. Would you like to do them? And we can't get, Kevin Spacey has said the only way, they'd already shot his interview. Tom Grain had already shot it. And they said, we're only, Kevin Spacey said, you can only use my interview if you get Bryan Singer and the rest of the suspects. Can you do that? And I'll never forget. So I go to Michael and I go, hey, Michael, I know we're doing Lord of the Rings and I'm doing Tron and all this, but I got a call from MGM. We can do Usual Suspects. And he looks at me and he goes, I'm not interested in Usual Suspects. And I go, dude, it won 2 Academy Awards. And my friend Brian, who I've known since film school, directed it. And he said to me, he goes, Rob, just start your own company and do it on your own time. I said to him, I go, you want me to start a rival DVD production company while I'm working full-time for you to do the Usual Suspects? And he's like, yeah. So I did. I founded Ludovico Technique, and we did. What was interesting was actually Usual Suspects was done by Endless Entertainment, which is the same company I made Agent Cody Banks with, because I couldn't start a new company. But X-Men 1 and 2 was done by Ludovico Technique.
Yeah.
But it was what a weird time. It was such a, God, it was great, man.
Because it was the land of plenty.
But let's go back to what your topic was tonight. Fans versus filmmakers.
Yeah.
And I think Dave Pryor is a great example in that. And so is Charlie, by the way, Charlie de Lazarica. And you too, to be honest.
Well, and you.
Well, but I didn't make a film in the home video era when I was already making something as a fan. Unfortunately, I predate, and my film is still out of print. You can't get the movie I made. Although my favorite, by the way, Dave, something that happened this week, I read a comment that said, I used to love Free Enterprise 25 years ago, but I watched it recently and now it's insufferable. I'm like, well, story of my life. But I would ask you, like, we are fans that went into the professional space.
Yeah.
So you had brought this idea to me. What does it mean to be a fan that transitions to professionalism? And I go back to, I have to say that Todd Stashwick, who was in Terry Metalis' 12 Monkeys, and he played Captain Shaw. I have an action figure of him right back here. Captain Shaw in Picard Season 3. He did our proof of concept for True Noir. And he actually said something to me that was really interesting that I've not really forgotten. He's like, how can you, as a creator yourself, you're producing movies, you're doing audio dramas, you're doing your YouTube show, how can you be critical of other people's work and still be a creator?
Sure.
And I thought that was a really great question because I'm a fan. But here's what I would say. I would say the work that I do and that you do and that we've done together is put out into the public to be judged. And the fact is, we stand by our work. We stand by, I would say you and I would stand by everything we've ever done. And if people want to be critical of it, they should be.
Oh,
and I
easily can be.
And I would say that who is better than to critique other people's work than us? Because you know what? No one is more supportive. I mean, we're Lord of the Rings. is considered some of the best special features ever. Charlie's documentary Dangerous Days with for Blade Runner, one of the great documentaries of all time. I would also say his Alien anthology work is impressive, and so is his 4.5-hour Prometheus documentary. These are essential documents. In 100 years, people are going to look back at Charlie de Lauzirika's work to understand what was going on, in the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century of films. But I would also say you and I would say The Hills Run Red, our special features are 4 times as long as the movie, but they certainly stand the test of time. So let me ask you this. It was your idea to say, what is the difference between fans versus filmmakers? So let me ask you this. Do fans have a point? Can fans hold filmmakers responsible? And should they?
I mean, I just think that's reality. That's a loaded sort of question. Like, hold them responsible.
But you brought it up.
I'll tell you what my topic was in a minute, but I'll answer your question first. But I need a little clarification. Hold filmmakers responsible for what exactly? Just their entertainment, or
Well, you brought up this idea, so I would ask you.
My idea really was who's running Hollywood, because when you look at the big tentpole movies and everything else, and you look at the way that the big giant films are going, it's not that they're made by a committee of fans, but the fans' dollars and everything are sort of dictating what things are being made and put out into theaters a lot of the time. Now, again, there's always exceptions. Obviously, there's a lot of original stuff that the fans knew nothing about, like Sinners and Weapons and a plethora of stuff. But I'm talking about the big giant things that we've been inundated with Marvel and everything else. And they could have just stuck with the Kang Dynasty, but is it the fan demand and outcry and reaction to what they've been doing shaping what we get? And then also, when companies like Netflix and all these other places look at algorithms and go,
right,
well, we've determined this. So that really was what I was bringing up, was that it's just like, okay, how much power, are Joe and Anthony Russo really the top dogs, along with Kevin Feige, just as using Doomsday as an example, or are the fans really, at the end of the day, who's listening to who?
Great question. And I'm glad you clarified that. I mean, I think here's
and the thing is, I think it's been look, and this is not a new concept. I think it's been going on since Hollywood. I mean, the thing is, for example, you wouldn't have gotten the Universal Monster series if the fans hadn't flocked and gone in and they were feeding the fans. I'm just wondering, story-wise now, and in not huge significant ways, but in ways, it's like, if it wasn't the fans in a way demanding we get the return of Steve Rogers, would he have been in Doomsday?
Okay,
I mean, maybe you might have a little more insight on that particular project, but I'm saying it's like, okay, why do we keep getting Star Wars things? Is it the fans? I mean, Mandalorian Grogu, is that not a fan-generated thing in a sense? The fan service.
Well,
is fan service also the fans actually having an effect on what movies are made, what's in the movies, and is that a good thing or a bad thing?
All of those are great questions, and here's for me. I mean, again, you're drawing me into the two words that you don't want to hear named,
right? But you can say it without naming it.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's just talk about Star Wars. So what's interesting is Star Wars did not exist. No one knew what Star Wars was, and in 1977, the movie Star Wars came out. It was one movie. It's what, 124 minutes long, something. 121 minutes. Empire's 124. Whatever. It's just a little bit over 2 hours. So Star Wars comes out. It is a science. I would not call science. It's not science fiction. It's science fantasy. It's a there. If you look into the history of humanity, you can talk about George Lucas talking about the hero's journey. As far as movies go, there was nothing in the history of Hollywood that was anything like Star Wars. No one had ever seen, I would say, no one had ever seen anything like it on a screen. The photorealistic special effects that might, look dated now, but at the time, the lived-in future, the fact, peak verisimilitude. I mean, in terms of being evocative of alien worlds, alien planets, alien locations like the Death Star. Unbelievable. No one had ever seen anything like it. So the thing about Star Wars was it created fans that didn't exist because no one had ever seen it before.
Sure.
Like, I became a Star Wars fan. I was like, I'd already loved science fiction and fantasy. The year before Logan's Run blew my mind. I was 9.
Right.
Star Wars came out when I was 10. Blown away. I mean, and Logan's Run looks like a 50s movie. However, I loved Logan's Run. And my love of Logan's Run was not affected by any way, shape, or form by my love of Star Wars. I've never seen anything like it. So what happens is that Star Wars sets a tone. And I think the audience who knows nothing about how movies are made, they just assume that the people that made Star Wars knew what they were doing. Because you're watching on a screen, oh my God, Star Wars is amazing. In the audience's mind, they don't know who made these movies. They don't know why they made these movies. They don't know. All they know is the 2 hours of time they spent in a theater watching something that wildly entertained them and blew their minds. And they shouldn't know anything about who made them and why they made them.
Right.
But they know why they liked it. They knew because Star Wars is accumulation of a bunch of disparate, crazy people all making decisions that gelled. Because George Lucas certainly didn't know.
Right.
He didn't know. ILM, they're like, we don't fucking know how to do this shit. Marsha Lucas, his wife's editing this. Paul Hirsch, they're all putting it together. Is this going to work? We don't know. Well, let's cut in more footage from the Dam Busters. No one knew. But what you did know is that people that were smart and well-educated were working toward this goal of making something that was great. And here's the thing. I do believe that something that's great, it's not objective. I mean, it's not subjective. Everyone knows when they're looking, when you're making a movie, as you're cutting it, you finally you're like, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good, and you're usually on whether you're directing or someone else is directing, but you're cutting. You're like, that looks good, and then you finally go, oh, that's it. That cut's the right cut.
Right.
So there is an objectively good cut to make, and movies are a succession of objectively good decisions. Because, and people are like, oh, Rob, art's subjective. I'm like, not when you're making movies. There is a right way and a wrong way. Because anyone who's edited a film works and works and works, and then you get to a point and you're like, yep, that's it. And everyone to me is always like, well, and now here's the thing. Collectively, all of those decisions, do they work? Do people love movies? Like, I would say The Hills Run Red, you and I made that movie to be the best it could be based on the parameters we were given. Is it the movie we wanted to make? No, it's not. But we did get to do things like we got to take a script that wasn't very good. We got to get Dave Scow to write it. You got to direct it. You designed the killer.
We made a lot more than what it started out.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was going to be a $350,000 movie. But I would say that the people that watch it, whether they know our story or not, it doesn't matter. But there's a lot of people that like the movie. And at the end of the day, all of those collective decisions are based on the best decisions people could make at the time. And whether it leads to something good or bad, you don't know what other external pressures are going on. That's what movies are. It's not art. It's the collision of art and commerce. And you have artists on one side and you have the commerce on the other, and they're constantly in battle. In our case, we didn't have a lot of commerce because it was only a $4 million whatever, $4 million film. But like what was really interesting is in the case of that movie, when I was sitting outside of a screening room when Diane Nelson walked out and said, I'm like, what'd you think?
No, you weren't there.
Yes, I was.
The very first screening, the one where she then called everyone?
No. There was a screening or an early screening when I was sitting outside the screening room when she walked out. She hadn't called anyone then. She hadn't seen anyone, talked to anyone, or any other thing. And what was interesting, that was when we realized that she, and I love Diane Nelson, I do, she hadn't read the script.
No, she greenlit it and didn't read the script. She could barely get through our little teaser.
And Matt Bierman, too. He loved it, but whatever. Doesn't matter. But he
loved it until Diane didn't.
Well, yeah. Well, what's interesting is
to save the job.
Yeah. But we did the job we were supposed to do.
Oh, yeah.
And then we had to pull back on the very thing that we were selling.
True.
And that's what I find interesting. We are fans. And we were given an opportunity to work at the studio level. And, you had a vision. I didn't have your vision. All I said to you is, from a procedural standpoint, you did. I said, we got to make an animatic, and you did that. You storyboarded it, and you turned some storyboards into animatics. You cut together a thing. I was talking about this earlier today, that you created a vision, and this goes back to AI, which AI has made this a lot easier.
Yeah, and we'll get into that.
Yeah, and you had to do it, and you made a fucking kick. It's on the disc. You made a kick-ass. It's really good. It's really good. What you did was amazing, and it totally sold your vision. And that vision of yours, people looked at it and went, "Oh, I'll sign on to do this."
Right.
I'll do this. But
it's just funny because it's we touted it's like 4 million was a big deal to us. And it wasn't really 4 million when what was actually
well, yeah, it was because but that was the budget.
But that was the budget. But the thing is, it's funny when you think of that. It's like usually on a studio level, they just leave you the fuck alone. Somehow it was enough, and we were not in the system enough where there were people who were going to be very hands-on and almost insulting, especially in the post process after Diane had her little meltdown. Incredibly rude, demeaning. The people who came in and chimed in, people who we've never met before,
never,
like that,
no,
telling us how we should do our movie. And it was like, I remember one guy, I said, "Who the fuck are you? Go make your own movie." I didn't care at that point because it was like, it was so, but that was the thing. Because we were nobodies, they felt like they could just walk all over us. And they tried to do that from the point of production on. So it was frustrating and it was limiting that, in that sense, because we had to make the best of what we were given, not doing we had to make the best of not doing the best. If we had been supported, and if say the line producers were just, hey, as long as you're on time and on budget, do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, now here's the crux of what you asked and why I love the topic of tonight's conversation. You and I are fans first and foremost, but we've also earned and done a lot of professional work at the studio level. And yet we're still we're small fries, we're not No one's going to say like we didn't break through or whatever. But we've had our nose to the grindstone the whole time. And what's interesting is the question is fans versus filmmakers. You and I have never been seen as visionary filmmakers. Never. And yet, we've never, like, look, admittedly, I love Robert Eggers' The Witch. When I saw The Witch, I'm like, that's amazing. But you and I were already in a system. We already were in filmmaking systems. We were never indie filmmakers that raised money and went and made movies because we already had gotten into a system that existed, whether it was Full Moon, whether for me it was Warner Brothers. My second job was working at Warner Brothers. I mean, my God, I was at people would have killed to be where I was. But at the time, I'm like, I never used that. I was like, I should, if I was thinking correctly, I would have made an indie film while I worked at Warner Brothers for 2 years. I never thought of that. I was just enjoying working at Warner Brothers.
Sure.
But
that wasn't the goal to just like go off and make an indie film and stuff like that.
Well, I was just like, I'm working for the
way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was about working your way up. We weren't necessarily, it wasn't our dreams to be making low budget movies. It was, well, it
kind of was.
It was the dream of making movies, and it was the dream of moving up the ladder, because at that time when we were starting, that seemed possible. And
right, okay, yeah.
And look, we could spend all night talking about why this one thing didn't happen or the other thing happened for one person or another or anything, and this becomes the existential dread show, and I don't want to do that. What I'm just curious about, and your thoughts about it too, is you know very well how fans can have an effect on the things that are made now. In a lot of ways. I mean, whether they're just voting with their dollar. It's just interesting because it has changed the movies in a dramatic way.
Yeah.
Because you aren't getting the variety of films theatrically that you used to.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay. Look, I as a fan, my thing, I hate to bring up the two words, but there is a new show coming out in 5 days.
Uh-huh.
And this is, okay, 2026 is the 60th anniversary of the Star Trek franchise. And anyone can look at 60 years, more than half a century of Star Trek, and pretty much everybody agrees what's good Star Trek and what's bad Star Trek. There is no, and there's a demarcation point of Star Trek at 2005. Now, here's the thing. You have to ask, if you're a fan of Harry Potter, if you're a fan of Twilight, if you're a fan of Star Trek, if you're a fan of One Piece, if you're a fan of Stranger Things, the question remains, why is anyone a fan of any certain storytelling franchise? And I really think the thing about whoever's a fan is they either aspired to the ideals of what that franchise represents, they recognize themselves in part of that franchise, they wish they were in that franchise. There's reasons why we become fans of things. And that's the real question. Why does humanity become, why do we, Dave, you and I are fans of things that don't exist?
Sure.
Horror, and we identify
that's a whole other show. That's a whole other show.
But no. But fandom is fandom. I mean, I'm not asking why you're fan, but we're fans of things, and The reason you're fans of things is because they speak to you. They something about whatever it is speaks to your life, speaks to your who you are at the core of your being. You know, and I think for me, Star Trek was aspirational. I thought to myself, I would like to live in a universe with people like them. You know, I want to serve with them. I want to go out into the unknown, and I want my life to matter. You know, I mean,
But it's just, it's funny because, part of my point, and someone in the chat brought this up. Actually, Brett in the chat brought this up, where, we're dominated more than ever, at least on I would say the studio level and everything. And we have for a long time, but it's really shifted to the majority of it is, and this as well, so much, not all of it, of course. I'm generalizing, but so much of it is IP based now.
yeah.
Whereas the 70s and
But
the
that's
80s,
a bit. But
even,
by the way, that's a business thing.
and even the 90s weren't all IP based. There was IP stuff, obviously, through all that time. But the thing is, but then there was room, and things that were also given the same equal shot. Whereas now it's not, because and I wonder, it's probably because so much money is spent on the production and the promotion that they can't afford. Everything is risk averse now. When things became, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, or someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will. When the studios became corporatized, when studios were bought by corporations and folded in and became like, an AOL and Gulf Western company or whatever, when it stopped being run by people who actually loved movies, and it was run at the top by people who were just, all they wanted to do was make their shareholders happy, and the bottom line in that sense, most things became incredibly risk averse. Now, again, there's always exceptions to the rules, of course, in the studio level. The independent level is just changed so much because of streaming and everything, that it's harder and harder to get that stuff out. I mean, if we were in the like, for example, for me, like, the slasher era, where it was like you were getting a new one every single week, would not exist now. It would all be on streaming like it is now, because, you have to put so many theaters on one movie just to hopefully make a profit, because they spent so much on it.
Okay, I'll ask you, when you're saying Brett's here, is that Brett Pierce? We're talking about Brett Pierce is here?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. So the Pierce brothers, Los Bros Pierce, made a movie called The Wretched, and during the pandemic it came out and it became a #1 film because people were seeing it in drive-ins and things like that. Here's the thing about that movie. The Wretched, it's fucking great. Like The Wretched is like what I like to say. It's a movie made at scale. It's not made for $100 million. It's a movie that was done. It was done at a very small budget. It had great locations. It had a great creature or character, and I loved it. I was like, I think this movie rocks. Now here's the funny thing. Where have they been? They got a during the pandemic. I mean, these guys, they had a werewolf film. These brothers are talented. They had a movie that set box office records during the pandemic. And even them, sure, they've got work. They've written scripts and made money. But I would look at The Wretched and go, how much did that cost? Let me double your budget. Triple your budget. Make me another one. Took them 5 fucking years. 5 years before they got to go behind the cameras again. And I'm like, I would say that movie, like, is there a movie is the Wretched Lawrence of Arabia? No. But it certainly is warranted. Give him another $5 million, man. I mean, you're spending 30. Like, why did the Pierce brothers have to spend 5 years or 4 years of their fucking lives to go to meetings and this and talking? They wrote shit and got paid. Great, but it's like those guys made a movie.
That hard.
The fact that they weren't.
It should be like Friday the 13th. There should be a Wretched every year.
Oh my God! Yes, the Wretched should be a thing every year, and if they don't direct it, they produce it. And why is it that we got Insidious? I mean, the Wretched Insidious is great.
I mean that, but I mean, let's look at something even more, current. And I'm actually in the chat with someone now who's going, well, look at Terrifier. Just make that. Look how that did. And I'm like, yes, I agree. Art the Clown somehow, and believe me, it's not that I don't appreciate those movies for what they are. I wouldn't say they're exactly revolutionary as far as story or anything else. And it's a clown. It's another clown. It's not, in that, but something about it hit audiences, and there's no denying that. No. And good on them for that. But it's basically the same thing as, like, okay, it's the equivalent of Friday the 13th back in the day. It is what it is. It's like, I'm not saying that the filmmaker isn't taking more care with it and everything, but it's not like it's a deep dive story.
But I would say, Dave, he's
building a myth. Look, I'll defend Terrifier till I'm blue in the face, because there's no denying the success and the homegrown boots on the ground marketing that those guys did.
100%.
That made that thing. But that is an anomaly. It is not a formula that can be duplicated so easily. It's not a case of, oh, Halloween was successful, we'll do the same thing and you get Friday the 13th. It doesn't work. People have tried it with Terrifier. They've tried.
I would say
become so selective on the things that they like that they almost reject anything that's also now trying to be like it.
Here's I don't want to be unkind and wrong. I don't this is a weird thing to say. The Wretched movies add to the horror genre. They actually there's a feeling and emotion and a familial, like, horror has to mean something at the end of the day. The reason I love the horror genre is I think it's the most moral of all genres, because at the end of the day, you have humanity raging against the dying of the light, whether it's a witch, whether it's a Cenobite, whether it's a slasher. The horror genre says to humanity, we matter. Even the eldritch horrors of H.P. Lovecraft, the cosmic horrors.
You're being very highfalutin about it. You can't.
I'm not being. I'm not. I'm saying that mankind.
Okay. What matters in Friday the 13th? It's a bare basic. It is a thrill ride that is there to watch a bunch of people get killed and have.
Yeah, but you want someone to succeed.
Not always.
In the first Friday the 13th.
Hold on. Time out. I'll agree with you for a little while. Up to part 4. The thing is this: up to part 4, they were scared of Jason. After that, the audience rooted for Jason.
Okay, yeah, but that's a different thing.
But again, these were not. I mean, look, I'm not going to insult anyone. These were not like Mensa crafted fucking stories.
I'm not saying that, dude. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, humanity must win in horror.
I'm just saying the thing is,
and if they don't win, that's the point.
But the thing is,
that they try. Humanity tries.
There's something again they like they like their boogeymen to win. They want to see them. It's become this thing. Terrifier is that for this generation. It's this generation's. It's a strange combo of
Well,
Freddy,
I would say, okay.
Freddy, Jason, and Michael Myers all rolled up into one clown character.
Okay, but don't you think? Here's my problem. Okay. Here's my problem with Terrifier. The problem with Terrifier is everyone loves kills. We all love, as horror fans, we love kills. But at the end of the day, in the Friday the 13th franchise, somebody survives. There is some human being in the Hellraiser franchise, Friday the 13th, Candyman, whatever the fuck it is.
At Terrifier, someone survives.
Okay, but here's the thing. The Terrifier franchise only exists because all we want to see is Art the Clown destroying human beings, eviscerating human beings more than you can ever imagine.
Sure, but the thing is
that by the way, don't deserve to be eviscerated.
But don't you think in a way that is a natural progression in our times of like what's shocking now in those films was just as shocking in Friday the 13th in the amount of gore and what you saw.
No, because you know what? We are no longer empathetic. We believe that part of our own civilization, people should die. And here's what I object to. The thing about horror,
Rob, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to make this point. I think that statement of people aren't empathetic anymore, I think that has existed since our history. Because what the fuck was the Colosseum? It was a mass of people watching people get murdered.
Yes, so but we've had enlightenment and a Reformation since then.
Now we've gotten more reserved at times, but I don't think that bloodlust has ever gone away.
Well, I agree with you. I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
But I do think that horror films, at the end of the day, you want Laurie Strode to survive. You do. In the Terrifier movies, you don't give a fuck.
No, that's not true. Because especially in Terrifier 2, there is the character of Sienna. You
know what? I don't think anyone cares. I think the Terrifier movies exist because everyone wants to see human beings eviscerated. And by the way, nothing has proved that point more than this past week. We now live in a world where human beings executed on our city streets, I'm watching them rationalize the death of a human. By the way, we have people on death row that have not been executed, but there are people going, that woman deserved to be killed. Think about that. You know what? Horror movie fans, we are moral people. We have morals.
I agree.
Horror only works. Horror only works if morality exists. Our world today, morality doesn't exist. There is no morality. Horror movies posit that there is a moral universe that we exist in. I used to think that was true. And I used to think that reading.
The thing is, I think for the younger audiences, I think they're looking for the same kind of thrill that when I went to the theater and saw a Friday the 13th or a Nightmare on Elm Street, they're going for the same kind of thrill. It's just
maybe
that was the thing. It was like when you get older and your palate changes and everything, and you start when I was younger, like much younger, I'm talking like teens, I could watch Rosemary's Baby, but I would not get out of it what I certainly did later on and appreciate it on a level. So my palate changed. But the thing is, at first, it's like a dare. The Evil Dead would have been considered an equivalent of Terrifier in its day. It didn't.
Yeah, but But hang on. You know what? You know what Terrifier doesn't have that Evil Dead has?
Bruce Campbell.
Humanity. Bruce Campbell grounds Evil Dead that even if the eldritch horrors of whatever is escaping, humanity will prevail. Even in Rosemary's Baby, at the end, she has sired the son of Satan, the Antichrist. And even then, the witch's coven says, be Adrian's mother. And she was like, you know what? Okay, I'm a human being, and this is a baby. He might be the Antichrist, but I will help him. And Terrifier is anti-human. It's a movie that exists only to eviscerate human beings.
You sound like Roger Ebert.
No, that's the problem. No, the horror genre is a moral genre. And when horror becomes immoral, I have a problem with it.
I think that's a stronger and longer debate. I don't want to necessarily paint.
Dude, I don't know. This is Midnight Metal. Anything can happen.
I'm saying I don't like we're now sitting across the aisle from each other here. I don't think Terrifier is a totally immoral movie. I think there is it's not the focus. It's not the thing. We would, you and I approaching this type of thing would do it differently. But I mean, think about it, Rob. I mean, with our sensibilities and the way we are and stuff like that. Look, I remember when fucking Blair Witch came out. I would have never thought about doing something like that. I would have never thought about doing Paranormal Activity. I would have never. There's so many. It's like I would have never thought.
Well, I would say that
I would have never like. And they're great. They're really.
I mean, the difference is what we weren't thinking about was the real world. The amazing thing
the thing is, I've always been much more attracted to the fantastical.
Yeah, of course. But I would say this. The Paranormal Activity 1 is one of the great film conceits of all time, which is this: we all go to sleep.
Don't fuck with a Ouija board, and you'll.
Well,
be okay.
We all think our bedrooms are safe. We go to sleep. Like, I have 4 dogs that drape themselves over me every night. No motherfuckers ever getting into my bedroom.
But in my horror movie, they'd eat your face off. Those dogs.
Okay, but hang on. What was great about Paranormal Activity is we're all asleep. Someone sets up a camera. A door opens.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. No, it's all simple, relatable shit.
I mean, but the thing is, that simple idea is your bedroom that everyone believes is safe. Every middle-class American that has a bedroom, most of the world might not, but whatever. If you find out that your bedroom, where you have to sleep, a third of your life you're sleeping in this room, and you find out the very fucking monster you worry about is in your goddamn closet, when that door opened in Paranormal Activity, when I saw it on the Paramount lot, I was like, okay, how is this simple idea? How had no one ever thought of this before? This is fucking dope. And here's the funny thing. There's a lot of people that want to see histrionics or whatever. No. All that movie needed was these people are asleep and the door opens and you're like,
because it's
oh my fucking God. Because everyone, the 6, 8, whatever, how many billion people, every single person knows they have to sleep. And we all secretly believe that no evil spirits are going to bother us when we're sleeping.
And
that was just a dumb idea. Why wouldn't they? That would be the time they would invade our psyches. But that movie showed us y'all are fucked. And that's why it's awesome.
And
I'll
say
awesome.
This, Rob. I'll say this. You know what the relation between Paranormal Activity and Terrifier is? They're both visceral theatrical experiences.
Okay.
In totally different ways. but they're
Okay,
both.
I agree. Look,
visceral
we talk about this
experience.
on John Campy show all the time. I would say you're right, but here's the thing: Paranormal Activity is fucking real. Every single person that watched that, Terrifier is a construct. It's a construct, and horror, by the way, is about reality and constructs. And I would say the greatest horror is somewhere always in between. Terrifier has no longevity. In 30 years,
I
in
think
30 years, no one is gonna care. Who cares? No one cares.
I think you're gonna.
No, dude, it has
I think you're gonna be wrong with that. I really do, because it's permeated. It's gone beyond just the movies.
But what's gonna happen is
Art the Clown had what, like, name me.
Art the Clown's a meme. He's a meme.
They aren't making Gladys T-shirts and Gladys action figures, not yet, and they should never make them.
And by the way, they will. You
I
know
know,
why? Because in
moved-
25 years, people are going to still watch Weapons, and no one's going to watch Terrifier.
But go to a horror convention and then tell me that, and look at all the people.
I've been to horror conventions. I've been going to them my whole life. I will tell you this: no one gives a fuck about Terrifier. And Gladys, is it Gladys? What's her name?
Yeah, it's Gladys.
Okay, that
No one
character.
gives a fuck
There's
about
one
Gladys.
still frame. She's 5 years from now.
Nope.
Let's do a meme. Whatever. Gladys, that chick, she's a zeitgeist character. Art the Clown is a meme character.
No, Art the Clown is a zeitgeist character.
No.
I mean,
No one gives a fuck. No one cares.
Disagree, but we'll come back in 5 years and we'll see where we are.
Yep, that's the best part. We can come
That's
back
true.
and say it. Dude, here's the thing.
That's the bad part. We're still going to be here in 5 years.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, what are we supposed to do? Like
know.
going to obscurity? I would love to be here in 5 years and still talk about this shit.
If we just made Art the Clown, we wouldn't be here in 5 years.
Dude, we're gonna make no, that's not true. The people that made Art the Clown aren't gonna be anywhere in 5 years. You know who's gonna be somewhere? Brett Pierce, because the fucking Wretched Devours is going to continue. You know why? Because it's clever and fun. It doesn't just rely on the fact is people, even the name, like Brett will tell you, what's it going to be called? I was like, The Wretched. I was having The Wretched. Even the title is fun. Just say it. Say it. Everybody watching the show right now, let's do an exercise. Everybody do this. Just say The Wretched. Just say it out loud. How do you say it? Do you say it like The Wretched? Sure. Do you say it The Wretched? The word wretched is an onomatopoeia. It sounds like it is. And even Brett said on the show, he's like, well, the crew couldn't understand. Did they like the word? Does the wretched devour? Fuck yeah! The wretched fucking devours! Fuck yeah! Because the word devours and wretched, those words have a cacophony. They echo. You can't say that is wretched without hearing echoes, even though there's no echoes. And when you hear the word devours, you put those two together. Come on, man.
Hey, as
The
someone
wretched devours. Come on. I want to see that movie. I want to go see that movie. And you know what? Even if I didn't know the Los Pierce Bros, I would want to go see The Wretched Devours. Why not? Because The Wretched fucking rules. It's like a Phantasm level, low budget.
Yes, and people
film.
should seek it out. Absolutely, they're 100%. There's no question about that.
And you know what's funny? Brett Pierce is like the least unassuming guy. You would never think he would make that movie. He's always smiling with his glasses, like, "Hey, everybody."
He needs you on the festival run to introduce the movie.
Well, fuck, I'll go.
There you go.
Listen to
Brett.
me.
There you go.
Because the fucking wretched devours. Fuck ya!
I always wondered, and I always wished there
By
would
the
be a
way, get the
successor to
German
Brother
media
Theodore.
Sorry. What?
I
Sorry.
wish there had been a successor to Brother Theodore. Now I know. It's been here all along.
All along.
People have no idea who we're talking about with Brother Theodore.
Devours.
Most of you guys probably don't know, unless you're old enough to watch David Letterman or Joe Dante's The Burbs. Anyway, Rob.
Let me just tell you about the story of the wretched.
I'm going to adjust my wig and I'll be right back.
That devours entire families. Okay, Dave. I'll just cut to me. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, I just want to see great people making great movies because you want to see them too. I mean, seriously. And on my channel, I try to bring to you people that make great movies and movies, and I say movies at scale. I mean, you can make $100 million movie, or you can make a $5 million movie, and one movie costs $100 million, one movie costs $5 million, and they both are 90 minutes long. And at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, it doesn't matter how much money was spent. It matters how entertained you were. And the one thing about horror as a genre is that the horror genre has a in terms of ROI, return on investment, the horror genre has more ROI than any other genre. And I would say that if Brett Pierce is in the chat, I've been talking about the wretched, they've been on the show. And they finally got the money to make The Wretched Devours. I don't even know. I don't even know what's going to happen in The Wretched Devours. I have no idea. But oh my God, I want to see it. The Wretched Devours. Who knows what it's going to do? I don't know. But you know what? I'm more excited about a $5 million movie. Oh, Dave's back. I'm just saying, a $5 million movie made by two brothers and their father who supported them in their efforts. I want to see that movie. You know why? Because it's going to be fucking great. The Wretched the fucking Devours. Wait, Dave. Wait, hang on. Clearly, something is happening in my mind. I don't know what's going on. I need to throw it back to you. What's happening, Dave? I don't know.
I just want to say.
Wretched Devours.
I just want to say that I think my final statement for tonight on this whole Terrifier thing is this.
It's only 10:25, dude.
I'm not saying we're wrapping up the show. I'm just saying on Terrifier, we're going to close that book. But what I want to say is, I think it's. Do
you want to say The Wretched Devours?
Stop interrupting me. You're as bad as I am now. With Terrifier, what I think is really interesting is that I think it's very telling that when older people don't get it, don't understand it, rally against it and everything else, that's a sign of something is hit. It's like parents didn't get rock and roll, then they didn't get heavy metal, then they didn't get punk rock. It's like Terrifier is that. It's just that. It's for young people. And I'm not here to sit there and analyze young people and whether they're empathetic or morally totally corrupt, because chances are there's a good amount of us who are at least slightly morally corrupt, or else, especially Rob and I, we wouldn't be in this fucking crazy business if
I am not morally corrupt.
There you go.
Okay, Dave. Okay.
Wait,
sorry.
People in the chat, like Brett Pierce and Dream Logic, are saying sorry. What are they saying sorry for? What are you guys saying sorry for? That you don't.
Oh, I'm not saying sorry for shit. Just so
I don't
you
know
know.
what that is. I
Dave.
don't know. No, but they're saying sorry. I guess they don't agree. I don't know. They think I'm an idiot. And guess what? Wouldn't be the first time. Who?
Okay. Okay. Here's okay.
Okay.
Here's what I need to say. The wretched devour. No, that's all. It's really hard to do that. By the way.
Oh, I rock. Even though my opinions suck ass, I guess that was part of it.
Okay, wait, hang on. Let's go full frame, Dave.
No, that's fine.
I would say,
it's for what I'm putting up with you. That's why they're saying sorry.
what are you putting up with me? I totally believe in sucking ass.
With you being, possessed by the wretched.
Well, look, I didn't want to be possessed by the wretched, but
no,
it
David Pryor here. I'm empathizing with you. David Pryor is here.
Really?
Apparently.
Okay, can we talk about how great the Empty Man actually is?
Sure. Yes. Tell us, Rob. Bring up to speed. What's the Empty Man? What's it about? What's the Empty Man about?
Well, I don't want to say shit about the Empty Man.
Where can you find the Empty Man?
Well, I got it on Stinky Tuna, the Tuna Train. I got the Blu-ray. Where do I have it? It's right over there. Okay. I think here's the great thing about the Empty Man. It's Dave, correct me if I'm wrong. It's existential horror. There's
a little cosmic horror to it. It's based on a graphic novel.
Yes.
I forget who did the graphic novel, but it is based on a graphic novel. Our friend David Pryor directed it. It was for 20th Century Fox. It came out and it came out. It sort of got thrown out, unfortunately. But
no. There's an incredible.
It's been building and building and building, and it's on again. You can rent it obviously or buy it digitally, or you can, if you have Hulu, you can watch it there. And I highly recommend it.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know where the article.
Cullen Bunn. Thank you, Brett.
There's a great article where David Pryor was interviewed about the whole experience of. So what happened was, and amazing. So 20th Century Fox had been bought by Disney, and The Empty Man was this horror film that David. And here's the thing. Here's what I love about what The Empty Man is. David Pryor, like Dave Parker and myself, are people that were making DVD documentaries. We are documenting the making of movies. I mean, in my case, I was in New Zealand. Dave was in New Zealand. I was going to Vancouver on X-Men 2. I was in 14 months in New Zealand, and David Pryor was predated us.
Oh yeah,
easily. He was a guy. He was a guy that was making
Fincher's. He did all of Fincher's, like Zodiac as the amazing documentary.
Yeah, incredible.
He did Cronenberg's The Fly. He did that
so David Pryor, aside from being way taller than me, so David Pryor was an incredible documentary filmmaker in terms of this space, and he got to transition to make a movie. Got to make his first feature film. And what's amazing about it, when he made it, he was in the transition point. Fox had been sold, and he had to deal with the fact that people were telling him what to do, and he's like, fuck that. I'm just going to make my movie. And he was butting, talk about a rebel butting the system. He was circumventing all this bullshit, but nobody actually cared. As far as, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, he was a fucking baller. He just said, fuck it, I'm just going to make my movie, because nobody was paying attention. And when they did pay attention, he pushed back. And everyone's like, what? So he made this movie called The Empty Man, And he finished it. He got it done the way he wanted to do it. And the problem was, by the time he finished his movie, he was in this weird space where it couldn't be released regularly, and they had to release it, but it was all weird and strange and bizarre and whatever. And like the movie itself, here's the thing about The Empty Man. Dave, would you agree? The Empty Man there's no other movie like it. Like it has this weird.
It's one of the rare movies that has actual dread in it.
It has such cosmic horror dread. And here's the thing, here's what's weird. Like, we've had to deal with. There are people in the whole world of special features, and they've got, backbiting, whatever. I don't give a fuck. David Pryor worked with Fincher. He learned his shit. The thing about The Empty Man, whether you like it or not, it's a huge swing. It's a really interesting experience. And whether you love it or not, you can love it or not. I don't care if you love it or not. But you know what it is? It's really interesting. And when you watch it, you're totally engaged and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And it's the best kind of movie. And the fact is, it's a guy, it's his first film.
It's a
and
mature,
he took a
mature
huge
film.
fucking swing, man. Huge swing. And when you watch it, I will guarantee you will be engaged. You might not love it at the end of the day, but you know what you will be? You can't look away. You'll be like, what? And that's what a filmmaker wants you to do. Is he wants you to know, or he or she or they don't want you to look away. And The Empty Man is a movie that will make you fucking lean in and watch it. That's fucking dope. It's so good, by the way. And by the way, I do have a Blu-ray of it. Just saying.
So, Rob, getting back to our original
David.
topic. No, it's getting back to our original topic of what's your stance on fans versus filmmakers in the sense of their influence on a lot of their influence on a lot of major things being made and IPs being made, and who, in your opinion, who's really in broad sense, who's really running the show here, filmmakers or the fans?
Well, Dave, it's a very interesting question. I mean, here's the thing. Let's just be honest. The people that watch a product, no one gives a fuck about them. They just don't. Like when someone is deciding what movie should be made, the first thing they do is discount the fans, because the fans represent 20% of the audience, as you and I know from special feature analytics.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're looking at is social trends. Here's the problem with what I think that studios, they're behind the curve by definition. They are 6 months or a year behind whatever trends they want to follow. K-pop demon hunters or whatever, K-pop.
Yeah, that's it.
All those people think that, oh my God, like I could have told you 20 years ago that Japanese animation and K-pop music is going to sweep the world. The problem is that people here in the United States are very myopic. They're like, what? What do you mean K-pop? What's K-pop? I'm like, why are you running a studio if you don't know what K-pop is? But they don't know. And I would say that the problem with the United States is that the people in power, as evidenced by the Donald Trump administration, none of us in America apparently have any knowledge of the rest of the world. And here's the funny part. We're the youngest people. We're the least knowledgeable about human history. And yet we want to pretend that we know everything. I'm like, yeah. I've always said that the funny thing about Americans is that we are the youngest people to be human. And we don't know as much as you Europeans and Asians do, because you've been human beings for thousands of years longer than we have. And that's not a bad thing, but it's something we should acknowledge. And so when it comes to fandom, look at what's happening right now. Where is fandom at? Fandom is just embracing Asian content. Why are they doing that? The question is why. Not like, you don't sit there and go, well, it's because it's from Asia. No, it's not because it's from Asia. Why is Asian content different than American content? You have to ask yourself that. Why is that? Why is that the case? And the fact is that Asian content, they don't have people going, well, you're this, that. And they don't have identity politics because they already have accepted it. They've been human beings for thousands of years longer than we have. So they have no problem with identity politics. They just know that these characters are who they are. So what we have is you have an entire youth that is looking to find who and what they are in a weird world where they're defined by their content, on screens. And they watch Asian cinema, Asian anime, Asian whatever it is. And what they're finding is a truth that we in the West don't offer them. And so I would suggest everybody watch a movie called The World of Kaneko. I think it's a 2015 Japanese film. You watch that movie, it's fucking insane. And I watch it, I'm like, that shit is dope. You could remake that in America, The World of Kaneko, but you know what? It wouldn't be as good. And I would say this, Dave. Do you know what we live in now? We live in a world of people that will not tell the truth, even if it's right in front of them, because they're scared of it. And why should anybody be scared of the truth? Because the thing is, we all know what it is. You can't pretend to not know the truth. Because at the end of the day, the truth is around us, all around us. The truth exists, and we are pretending, Americans are pretending that we don't know what truth is. And it's so weird to me. Because the truth will set you free, and the truth will make your life better.
But this is not exactly what I asked you. I mean, it is in part. You're answering the question in part for sure, without question.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just.
But what I'm wondering. So do you agree or disagree that fandom, and the popularization of it in the past, say 20, 25 years of really growing, say how San Diego Comic-Con blew up.
Okay, can I put a pin in that and ask you to pontificate more? Because I got to tell you, I got to walk outside and go upstairs. I have to piss like a fucking racehorse. You must take over for me.
Okay.
I got to go. It's all up to you. You're on, Dave. You're full frame.
I can see it. I'm waiting till you're gone so I can say what I'm going to say. That's the closest he'll ever get to a racehorse, let me tell you. As you know, as they would say in the old movies, Rob's in his cups tonight, I guess. I think he was in his cups a little bit before, which always makes it for entertaining fucking watching. That's for sure. But I don't know. Look, while we're waiting for him to get back, and then I can try to interrupt him and everything. What do you guys think? Do you think that you guys, you, and not derogatorily, as fans, have influence on stuff that is coming out and is being made? I mean, I think, as far as the bigger picture goes, as far as, do you feel that your voice is being heard when they're making things like Star Wars movies or Avengers Doomsday, or these big things? Obviously there's a lot of shit out there that's being made that you're not being taken into consideration for, and again, you get things like Weapons, or you get things like Sinners, this year, or The Keeper, and so many independent, and a lot of independent movies and things like that. But I don't know. What do you guys think? What to me, I feel that there is. I wish. I mean, I wish a lot. As far as I'm concerned, I wish I was born 20 years earlier, so I could have lived through the 80s and early 90s when the whole video boom came out, because unlike David Pryor and The Empty Man and stuff like that, it's like, look, I'm not, unlike Rob, I make panda trash, basically. It's not exactly what I aspire to, but I don't mind making things that are considered probably silly in concept and everything than other people do. And I'm always like sort of chasing that concept. I don't think I've ever came up with anything that I would say is like legitimately like scary or disturbing. And if I had been able to execute certain things with more vision, then my career would be different. But it's not about like me bagging on that. Like, everything is an experience, and I'm still learning. The funny thing is, I'm not that many movies in. Back in the day, a lot of the people that we respect as revered directors in the genre, and even outside of the genre, it was like they made a lot of movies before they actually like got any attention. It's just changed so much now that you have to be like this hit right out the gate most of the time, unless you have kind of a Patreon, a bigger filmmaker, or someone who will take you under their wing and help. And that's rare these days. And I've just been pontificating that and asking, what they think. It's but that's the thing, Rob. Do you think? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Okay, we'll button this for a minute until we maybe bring someone on to chime in on this topic.
Sure.
So I don't want to close it off yet, but it does bring me into another part of it. But for this, before we jump to another, before I pose you another question and everything, so do you feel, in the end of the day, do you feel that fans have an influence on what's being made today in the American Hollywood system of IP sort of based things? Like, perfect example. Someone brought it up earlier. I think it was Major Chai Chai who said, the fans were the people who changed the look of Sonic the Hedgehog before it came out.
Yeah.
Because of their bad reaction. That's where it's a good way.
Well, and I would say this. The studio listened and changed the look of Sonic the Hedgehog.
And it was obviously a very good thing that they did. And my friend has written all 3 Sonic movies.
Well,
so
okay.
Interesting to hear that.
I think, Dave, you're asking a really great question. And I think here's in my mind, the problem is you have a executive class that has no understanding of the creative class that they have to employ. So the executive class gets all their analytics and what they need to make, And then they have these people that they think are underneath them, and to a certain extent they are, that have to make the very thing that they're looking at the analytics that they're dealing with. And so the executive class is going, well, you guys have to do this and blah, 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 blah. Neither one knows anything about the other. You know, the executive class has no fucking clue. All they know, and you saw this with Disney in the Bob Chapek era, that, oh, Marvel is a brand that sells. Star Wars is a brand that sells. Let's just make Star Wars and make Marvel. Well, it has to be good. You know, at the end of the day, and the problem is, in corporations, there is no nuance. They're like, here's a brand name, and when they look at it on a spreadsheet, the brand it generates this. And so if we make more of the brand, it will generate this. The problem is, from a corporate standpoint, the corporation doesn't know the difference between a good product that is underneath a brand or a bad product, because why would they? Why would they know? They don't know. The corporation, they're looking at spreadsheets and money, and by the way, I'm a total corporatist. I believe in capitalism. Now, the problem with capitalism is people are greedy, so they subvert it. But capitalism works. It works very, very well. The problem is people want to subvert it, and they fuck it up, which is problematic. But so when you're looking at an IP, they're like, well, this IP makes this much money. The problem with looking at that, a corporate spreadsheet, they just know what a brand name makes. They're like, Star Wars made us this much. They don't know why it did. They don't know. They're just like, it's like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is a drink. That's all it is. And you look at how much it sells worldwide, you're like, okay, why is Star Wars a thing? Star Wars is a storytelling mechanism. And the problem is at the corporate level, when you're looking at spreadsheets, there's no such thing as a storytelling mechanism on spreadsheets. They look at Star Wars made this. They don't know what even Star Wars is. They don't know that Star Wars is a myriad of things. So what we have, the real problem that we have, is that when we want to see movies and television and all this, we are fighting against a system that doesn't understand. They haven't figured out a way to, how do you get shows that people like? How do you quantify that in the corporate structure? And they look at numbers, and that's all that exists. And when something becomes a breakout hit, they don't know why. And the funny thing about it is, we as viewers, we all know why. And the answer is because it's good. And then you have to ask yourself, well, how do you quantify that? How do you quantify what is good? Well, the answer is, well, we could tell you, but there's a lot of things that make this, like, here's the funny thing. Like, Dave, let me ask you this. Let's do an exercise. Let me ask you, Dave Parker, to do an exercise with me about the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. All right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. We're talking. I am going. Pretend it doesn't exist.
Okay.
And pretend I say, Dave, I'm a corporate executive and you are the creative. And I'm like, Dave Parker, I want the Friday the 13th franchise and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Black Christmas. All those have told me that slasher movies and one villain and one slasher is what people want. So I want to create a slasher franchise, and you're a slasher expert. So what I was thinking is we need to create a character that slashes people to death. What do you think, Dave?
How about a guy who invades your dreams and kills you when you sleep?
Dave. Wait a minute. That's incredible. A man who wait, you said invade your dreams. Where did he come from? That's amazing. I'm very intrigued by this idea. Where does a man who invades your dreams come from? Like I don't quite get it, but I love the idea. Explain to me, how does he invade your dreams?
Well, you see, he was a child molester and killer when he was alive. And then the parents of those children victims went and burned him alive.
As they should.
And then now he's this
Wait a
evil
minute,
entity.
Dave. They killed him, and so was his consciousness transported to hell?
No, he was trapped. He becomes this evil entity, and he comes back. And
Wait a minute. Where did he go? Where? Evil entity? What happened?
Well, we don't know that yet.
That's amazing. Let's go. Tell me more, Dave. Dave
So
Parker,
then
I
he-
like this.
then he comes
Fantasy
back
character.
So then he comes back.
Comes
and he
back
go-
from hell or wherever he went.
to invade the dreams of the
Does he
remaining-
invade everyone's dreams or just
No, he's very
certain
specific.
people?
He's very specific. He goes after the children of the adults who killed him.
Dave Parker, this is amazing. And what does he look like?
Oh, he's burnt
Why is he burnt?
because the people burnt him alive. The
Why did
parents
they do
burnt him
that?
alive because he was a child molester and killer.
Oh, the parents of everyone he molested killed him.
Yes, they killed him. They burnt
This
him
is
alive.
fantastic, Dave. Fantastic. How much money do you need to make this?
2 million.
I think you need more, Dave. More than 2 million. You need 5 million. 5 million. The thing
Sure.
is this. Can you get me a great script? This story is amazing.
Yeah, of course.
No, of course. When can I get the script?
Oh, it's ready. Here it is.
For God's sake, man, you just made this up right here on this YouTube stream. You can't have a script now.
Oh, well, give me a month and a half.
A month and a half. How much do you need? Do you need 5,000? I'll give you $7,500 to write this script. But I own it, Dave. I own it. Whatever you write, I own.
Oh. Well, we'll have to talk about that.
No. If you want to write this script, it's $7,500, and I own it, Dave. I own it.
I don't know. That doesn't sound
Yes,
very
Dave,
appealing.
I own it. Are you going to write it or not? Because I'm going to have Brett Pierce in the chat write it for $7,500.
Well,
He's
you
already
can't.
heard what you said.
Well, you
It's
can't
not
because
copywritten.
It's my property.
No,
my
it's
idea.
not. You said it live here, right here in the chat. Brett Pierce is going to write it. I will pay him
75.
$7,500. Yes,
And will Brett Pierce do it for 7,500?
he will, because him and his brother have beautiful New Zealand girlfriends.
I hear he might be union.
Then we will pay him union wages, which is even
yeah.
more. Come
But
on
you
now.
won't- But you won't pay me that. You
You're
like
not
the idea
union,
that-
Dave.
How do you know that? You didn't ask me if I am.
I know you're not union. Anyway, now to be fair, I mean we play this out. Interesting.
And
I
boy,
mean,
were they gripped.
were they? Is anybody even
yeah.
watching this show anymore? I don't even know.
Yeah,
But-
they are.
Are they? Well, that's good. That's
And
good.
why is Brett stealing my idea just for an easy paycheck?
Because
the
you
kind of
told
guy
it to
he
him.
Because
Because it took him 5 years to make The Wretched Devours.
How long did?
By the way, come on. The Wretched Devours, how much we want to see that movie. Come on.
Oh, I can't wait.
That's one of my favorites. I did a whole string of titles, and I was like, you know what?
I would love to design a poster for it and cut the trailer.
Dude, The Wretched Devours. I love The Wretched. It's so good.
It is.
And Dieter Bastian, one of the things he did early on in the stream was I got to meet Los Bros Pierce at at Lucky Baldwin's in Pasadena
Mm-hmm.
to give them Dieter Bastian. You know, he sent them. They're great. These guys, come on, man.
And that Dieter
The
Bastian.
Wretched Devourers, come on. That's
And that Dieter Bastian, he's great too.
He is, and you'll see him tomorrow.
You will all see him tomorrow.
In a world. So let's go back to fandom. Okay, Dave, I got a thing. Can we talk about Avengers Doomsday?
Rob to read chats. Let's read some chats first.
Oh, okay, you're right. I have not even begun to even look at them.
Thank you.
I apologize. There's so many chats. Oh my God,
Darth
so many
Vader.
chats. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, wow, there's so many chats, you guys. Okay, Jay Bling says, Brad Pitt wouldn't have to do an awkward British accent in Nolan's narration of the Odyssey. Well, Dave, you know, what do you think about Nolan and the Odyssey?
I mean, I've only seen the small trailer. I didn't see the 6-minute thing that's been put out or anything like that. Look, I'm excited. The Odyssey is a great story, and I would love to see it. I still need to see the Ray Fiennes one though. That's out now. That would be interesting. I'm sure it's going to be very different. I mean, look, it's, you know, I'm sure it's going to be amazing, but I don't love everything that Christopher Nolan does.
I know. I'm with you. Yeah.
I'm glad that he's doing something like this. It's like, look, Dunkirk is a really great movie and everything, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to watch that over and over again. And Tenet, I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I can't understand it.
Yeah, I think Tenet is kind of a wank fest myself, just saying. Let's see. Hang on. Hold. Peter says, Shalom Habibi. And a very happy new year to all. Kind of disappointed you were not wearing period correct clothing for New York's Midnight Metal, although Dave was cool. Peace. By the way, Peter sent it. Let me read this again.
Wearing like some
Peter
Christmas
sent
sweater.
a $20 tip. Okay, he sent a $20 tip, and
That's
Peter
really nice.
says,
You know
Shalom
what?
Habibi, and a
that
very
is
happy
me.
new year to you all. Kind of disappointed that you were not wearing period correct clothing for New York's Midnight Metal, though Dave was cool. Peace. What does that mean?
You were wearing a Christmas sweater on New Year's Eve.
Okay, but it was a holiday sweater. Okay, I get it. Okay, all right, fine. Okay. By the way, Miss 50 and Still Metal. Dave, one day, do you ever wonder what Miss 50 and Still Metal looks like?
I wonder what almost everyone who watches us looks like.
Okay, but don't you think that Miss 50 and Still Metal is like
I mean, that
a
name makes
fucking metal goddess?
Yes, it makes me picture a very cool, hipper metal version of Molly Shannon on SNL, who, you know, was like, I'm 50.
Well, wait a minute. Molly Shannon, like, really? Like, she doesn't, so she looks like Molly Shannon?
No, you remember that character on SNL?
Oh, I do.
Well, the name just makes me think of that in a very cool metal way. But she could look like Lita Ford for all I know.
See, okay, that's the thing. I think of Miss 50 and Still Metal as like a Lita Ford type. Tell me you don't want to tear her underwear off your teeth.
Well, she looks like Lita Ford.
Okay, well, what if she didn't? Who cares what she looks like? I think philosophically, I would go there no matter what.
Yeah, but, you know, surfacely, you might not.
No, I'd pretty much go there. Anyway, so she sends in a tip, and she just says, very nice. She's very nice. Major Chai Chai says, is the quad mushkin 6699 or 6969? Okay, for anyone who's trying to look, for those of you who know what the mushkin is, it's a sexual act that goes.
If you missed the beginning of the show,
it goes back into antiquity. and it's all about rotate. It's kind of like if you look at the docking sequence in Interstellar, that's actually a secret. Christopher Nolan was trying to tell us all about the mushkin. So what he was trying to do is the rotation and all the stuff that happens, and it is going to be the most pleasurable experience you ever had. Julian Mushkin's wife will tell you this, because Julian Mushkin is the paladin that carries forward the Mushkin experience. And look, I know people were like, what are you talking about? You'll only know if you've had the Mushkin or experienced the Mushkin. I'm just saying, whatever, Dave. I know you're like, what? Trust me. If you've experienced the Mushkin, it is one of the greatest physical pleasures of your life. You'll know. Anyway, so Major Chai Chai, I can't tell you whether it's the 6699 or the 6969. All I can tell you is the Mushkin is constantly rotating. That's all I can say. Anyway, so DUI Champ says, hey guys, for Xmas, for Christmas, I took my niece and nephew to see Five Nights at Freddy's. In the first 10 minutes of the film, a 12-year-old girl is stabbed to death. I was disgusted. Does this cross a line? Dave?
No. Is there a line to be crossed? I always like that the line shifts on what people consider line crossing. I think in a movie, I don't know, is there a line to be crossed? As far as
okay.
good taste?
We're talking about horror.
Okay.
Horror is a
Something
genre
tells me
that's
that
about
nothing tells me in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I mean, there might be a lot in bad taste because it could be a bad movie. I haven't seen it.
Well, but horror involves death. People are going to be slaughtered, and I would say
hopefully, though there, hopefully.
Well, okay, but I do think this is a very DUI Champ is asking a very serious question.
Ask it again.
Okay, hey guys, for Christmas I took my niece and nephew to see Five Nights at Freddy's. I would stop there, Dave. For Christmas,
I love that.
I took my nephews to see Five Nights at Freddy's. I would say that I love okay.
That. Let me tell you something. On Christmas Eve, I always used to, in the old days,
okay,
of the family,
Dave, come on now.
Christmas, the old days, I used to throw on the VCR. I always used to throw on something very non-Christmassy, whether it was a horror movie or something like that. I would throw on Tobe Hooper's Invaders from Mars, and I would watch it on the couch, and I would fall asleep before Christmas Day.
Okay, Dave, that's because you're a horror fan. I mean, we have a guy, DUI Champ, is asking a very legitimate question.
His name is DUI Champ, and you're getting angry that he says, I took my kid to Five Nights at Freddy's?
Okay, Dave. He's been a member of the channel. He's been here for a long time.
I'm not saying he's a bad person, but
we're not judging him. He's asked a question that we have to engage with his question, which I think is actually worth engaging in.
Okay, go for it.
So he says, hey, guys, for Christmas, I took my niece and nephew to see Five Nights at Freddy's. I assume 2. In the first 10 minutes, the film, a 12-year-old girl is stabbed to death. I was disgusted. Does this cross a line?
I think it makes you a fun uncle.
Okay, Dave. Allow me to say something.
Does the changeling cross a line? Because
Dave, hang on. Whoa.
Okay.
Here's the thing. So you're an uncle. You're not directly responsible for the. And by the way, I watched the most fucked up shit. I saw Clockwork Orange when I was 13 years old. I rewound it and
Explains a
watched it
lot.
twice in the same day. I mean, I would say in this day, kids are infantilized, whatever. But I'm like, he's asking a really legitimate question. He didn't know what Five Nights at Freddy's was, and suddenly kids are dying or whatever.
Are you
I would
sure
say
he
here's the
didn't
thing.
know?
I don't think today that any parent or any adult should take any child to horror films because they don't know fuck all what they're doing because they haven't done. By the way, which is amazing to me, we live in a world where you can spend literally half a second going, asking a question and getting an answer. You can figure the fuck out. You're like, oh,
Yeah, but-
my niece and nephew want to see Five Nights at Freddy's. What is Five Nights at Freddy's? That takes you 2 fucking seconds.
It's rated
If you
PG-13.
don't know anything, fuck you. My God, we live in the most dumb-ass... I can't believe how stupid people are today. We have incredible systems to tell you whatever the fuck you want. Whatever you want to know with seconds of thinking. But you guys haven't thought yet. Hey, how about this? How about Google this? Does ICE have the same rights to do what they want as police?
Don't get political. Don't get political.
That's
Swing
not
it back.
political. By the way,
Swing
that's
it
not
back.
political.
Swing it back. Swing it
Just
back.
Google it. Dave, that's not political. It's facts. There's nothing about politics that isn't factual. I mean, the whole thing is that fuck everybody that doesn't know what the fuck. Like, just Google it. Do ICE agents have the same rights and as police? The answer is, I'll tell you, no, they don't. They don't. So let's
Okay,
start
but
there.
but
And you know what? No one knows the answer to that question.
But what's your point? The thing is this: is like, oh wait, parents should like look. Did our parents know? They dropped us at the theater. We wanted
Dave,
to see
no.
something, they
You know
threw
what,
us out
though?
and we watched
They
it.
knew we were smart enough to know.
Oh, so you're saying the kids are dumb today?
No, I'm not. Because if you
Okay.
ask military recruitment people, what the kids today want more than anything else is an explanation of why they're doing what they do. Kids today aren't stupid. But what they don't do is they don't have the same cognitive directions that we do. The kids today are smart. They're very smart.
They're smarter
But-
than we
but-
were.
No, they're not smarter than we were. What they're interested in is different things than we were. So if you were to say to somebody in the military, for instance, and you're like, okay, we're going to capture that hill, and we need you to do these things. That person would ask you, okay, I understand what you want. I understand the objective. But why is it you're asking me to do these things? Please explain to me why you need these things done. And they'll do it. The problem is most of our, call them what we will, they're asking questions that were asked 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Okay.
What
do
they
you know
haven't
you
done
have-
is ask questions for today. And
do
so
you- hold on.
they're
hold
not
on.
getting answers back that they want.
DUI Champ said, I knew it was a horror movie, but I didn't anticipate a little girl being stabbed. So let me ask you, would the outrage be there if he took his niece and nephew to a retro screening of Alice Sweet Alice?
Okay. Here's what I would say.
What happens in the opening of that movie?
I would say this. If you decide to take your children to a horror film or your niece and nephew, it's on you to understand what a horror movie is. And we now live in a world where a cursory glance at Google.
But what's the harm? It's Five Nights at Freddy's. It's animatronics that come to life. Where's the harm? We got to learn about that somehow.
Okay, okay. What you were asking, what you're saying is that we grew up in a world where we already understood all of this.
I didn't until I saw it in movies.
Okay. But
So
you
am I
know,
the problem?
no, you're not the problem. The
Okay.
problem is we live in a world where no one thinks they need to know anything.
Well, I didn't know there are so many movies that I went to that my parents didn't know and I didn't know. They just said,
Well, Dave,
"Oh,
but
you want to go
yeah,
to
I get it. But now they're gonna blame those parents are gonna blame those movies because they're looking for reasons to blame anything for their bad lack of parenting, and they'll say
Okay.
that my child is
he's
she's or
just the
he's or they've turned out the way they are because they watch horror films. No, they turned out the way they have been because you didn't engage with them enough. At the end of the day, I mean, movies are movies, Dave. That's
DUI Champ says Freddie Pinhead Myers Jason never stabbed a 12-year-old. Technically, that's true, but Freddie in the first film was a fucking child molester and child killer, though you never saw it on screen.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on. Let me I'm looking at his chat and I want to answer him. But again, kids so DUI Champ, what I'm trying to understand is kids should be absolved and not be fodder for horror movies. Is that kind of what you're saying? And if that's how you feel, then fine, I respect it. I disagree. And it's not me being like a total, deviant or anything like that. But depending on what the horror movie is. Now I get it. But again, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, wasn't it PG-13? So I mean, yes, they're probably pushing the limits and stuff. I again, I didn't see it, so it's very hard for me to have the context except for what you're telling me.
Dave, can I step in here?
Of course.
Are you telling me that one of our viewers is saying that somebody should not watch a horror film?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, what is our viewer saying?
He's just saying that he was surprised that was in the movie, that a 12-year-old girl was killed in that movie at the beginning of it.
I would say this.
And that obviously disturbed him. But what about it? How does he feel about the movie It?
Well, here's the thing. The fact is, in the real world, psychopaths kill 12-year-old girls. This is not something that doesn't happen. This is not made up.
It's a horror movie. You should realize that. I mean, look, in a sense, the great Stuart Gordon and Wes Craven and Tobe Hooper and John Carpenter, so many of them have said before, and I've interviewed them all personally.
Sure.
Have said the real effectiveness is when something happens in a movie and you can't trust the director because he could do anything. So in a sense, in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, that director did that. You went into a horror movie. Now, you might not be expecting it, but does that make it? And I'm not sure that he's saying, I think he's saying he was surprised. I'm not sure he's saying, oh, that shouldn't be in the movie, but maybe he is. So I don't know. I'm like, but I think the true power of great horror is realizing early on that you're in the hands of someone that you cannot trust, and they are going to take you to places that you wouldn't expect. That's part of the effectiveness of the genre.
Yes. For me, though, Dave, I love the horror genre. I love it. I love it so much. I have hundreds of horror novels. I have hundreds of horror movies. And the reason I love the horror genre is because horror is a dichotomy against the living and the dead. And the idea is that to be born as a human being is to know you are ultimately going to die. And all of horror, in my mind, is always about the terrifying existential nature of knowing that your existence will end in your death.
Let me ask you something.
And I have to say that I have no problem with that.
Right.
I think that's what makes those stories, the people that are raging or railing or dying against the dying of the light, that humanity is fighting against the fact that we have an 80-year or an 85 or 90-year lifespan sucks. It sucks. The universe is eternal, and we are but a flicker of light in that. And it sucks. It's terrible. And that's why humanity, our lives matter, because why we're here, that little brief spark is why it matters what we do.
And the nice thing is, what I think horror does in the right way and everything, if you want to talk philosophically, is make you realize that what we have is finite. Make the most out of it. Live your life. And you go into these fantasy worlds to kind of like shock yourself and remind yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I'm lucky. I'm not going to get eaten by a shark, probably. But I would also like, perfect example. So DUI champ. Jaws was PG. Shark ate a kid in that. Is that wrong? Or would you it's not like that's what they promoted when they promoted the movie. So I don't know. I know what he's saying is like, I didn't expect seeing that when I went into Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I get it. I understand that part of it.
But here's the thing.
What I'm wondering is he saying that's wrong to do? And again, to your point, then ultimately it's the onus of him or his parents to have checked up on the movie before he took what might be impressionable kids. I don't know if they are. I don't know if they were as disturbed of it as he was. But, you are taking him to a horror movie. And in the best sense of good horror movies, you walk in and all bets should be off. Right?
Okay. Sorry. I mean,
that's okay. Go full screen to you as you eat your chips.
Okay.
I have to use
Here's the thing. All of us grew up with horror films. We know what they are. Friday the 13th was 1980. Texas Chainsaw was 1974. Rosemary's Baby was 1968. The Exorcist was, Exorcist was 73, 74. We all know what horror films are. And I would say that as the decades have ticked by, our horror films have become a lot less, they don't have the bite. I mean, give me a break. Texas Chainsaw, Exorcist. I mean, those horror films, the devil in The Exorcist was an actual person that lived in the world. I mean, that's fucked up. And I would say that the horror films of the 70s, they're very different from the fantasy horror films of the 80s. Horror in the 70s said, spirituality won't save you because mankind is fucking evil as fuck. And it's mankind that will come get you. And to this day, it's the same. And I would say this. I'm like, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, why live? What is it about living as a human being that makes sense or matters? You need to be able to answer that question. And if you can't, you're never going to survive. You need to know why being a human being is. I will tell you why I want to live as a human being. I want to live as a human being, and I want to live longer than I'm living right now because the universe is interesting. And I want to know more about it. I want to know more about the universe that exists that we are in. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I'll tell you this. We have a bunch of mentally deficient assholes that do not want to know anything about anything. And I'm like, that's not what America is all about. We are, as Americans, are people that are on a quest to learn more, to do more, to see more, to feel more. That's what we do. And now I feel, Dave, maybe, perhaps, you don't have to buy into this, but my whole thing is I would like to see our universe, this world. I want to explore it. I want it to be broadened. I want our horizons to get great and big and gigantic. And I want us to recognize the wonder of the universe we live in.
And I think that's the problem. I think that's the disturbing thing about what we're seeing going on right now, and not to get political because I don't want to, but what I will say is this. I think that a good majority of people's sort of vision and scope of things is narrowing and narrowing down, where I agree with you. We should be looking outward. We should be exploring. We should be what people seem to be wanting to revert back to things, thinking that were better when they actually really weren't. And the funny thing is, there's a side in this world that sees that is the way it is, that things weren't better. I know there's more poverty and there's more struggle and everything else, but I think that's so much more of the rich being rich.
No, there's less
greedy.
poverty and less struggle.
But I think it's so much of it is the rich being greedy and rich and everything, and we're not exploring, like you said, like we used to. I do want to just bring up that DUI champ said, I've been debating this in my mind for weeks. I knew you guys would be great professionals to pose my dilemma to, and you guys didn't disappoint. Well, I'm glad we didn't disappoint. It's a very his reaction and question is a very tricky one. And I think that all comes down. Look, the thing is, that comes to me, at least, that comes down to, personal taste, preference, and feelings, and shouldn't be delegated on a wide majority. Now, I don't think everything should be filmed and put out there. Obviously, there are things that aren't, and there's horrible things that people do that, and we don't need to. There's enough true crime shows and things like that show us those things. For me, I agree. Like a lot of look, DUI. I agree with you. I'm not going to a movie going, God, I hope I see a 12-year-old girl get fucking stabbed. That's not what I want to go and escape the movies for. And I might question people who, that's what they want to go to movies for. So I kind of agree with you there, but it's tricky. I mean, McCarthyism sort of, trying to relegate what we can and cannot watch and everything. And that's, some people's, opinion, and, I don't know. But again, especially with that particular movie, I haven't seen it, so it's out of context.
Sure.
Anyway, did you put in the, cool, let's bring some people on.
What did I do, Dave? What did I do?
You invited people to come join us. Let's debate. Let's talk. Let's see what you guys think, because God knows we've been blathering long enough here, and rather talk with you and debate with you and talk
in a world where the wretched devours
I knew he was gonna. I knew he was gonna do that.
That sounds good. Like in my
It's so funny.
headphones. I was like,
So
my God.
So earlier on, Clarence Maxwell, one,
Hmm.
asked if we had any horror ideas and if we would pitch them, and I said no because the horror ideas I have I want to make, and I don't want to like here, just take my idea and go make.
I do. I
Anyone
have plenty of ideas.
that
but
you would freely share out in the open so anyone
Sure.
could do it.
Absolutely.
I got
Because
one.
here's the problem.
I
Here's
got
the problem.
I got someone. I got one. Someone
Okay. You do?
come up with
Okay,
a really,
well, let me go
come
full
up with-
frame, Dave.
Oh, why?
Oh, you have one idea? Here's what
one
what is
idea
it?
that here you go, guys. Do a Gollum story. Jewish myth Gollum, the clay figure come to life. Someone give me a good Gollum movie. Not the Lord of
Dude, the
Rings
Jews are all those Zionists. They're evil, horrible people. They kill children
you.
in fucking
Give me a
Gaza.
good,
By the way, I
yeah.
say that as a staunch Zionist Jew.
Oh,
By
Do
the
you
way,
have
can I
anybody
just
who's
say
gonna
that
join
the Gollum story is awesome. It's just another example of why Jews are fucking amazing because our stories are awesome.
Mm.
But you're right. I'm gonna bankroll that, Dave. I'm gonna bankroll it.
We've talked about Gollum stuff before. Anyway, we got anyone to join us? Anyone brave?
No, no
Anyone
one's come in.
brave enough? What?
Nope.
What's wrong
Nope.
with you guys? Come on, guys, let's go.
Look, Dave. I'm happy to do another. No one has come in. No one's done it.
Y'all scared of us now? Y'all scared? Y'all scared?
Well, I would like to think that everyone is doing the mushkin right now. And for those people that don't know what the mushkin is, I'm like, you guys don't want to come in. I mean, it's 11:28.
If they are, there's 165 of them doing the mushkin, and we're
Yeah. Well,
here
I
talking.
mean, I'm just like, hey, man, you guys want to come in or what? Maybe I will launch it one more time and just make sure that. Oh wait, hang on. MCC is here.
Oh, here we go. She's like, yeah, I guess I'll do it. No one else is. This
Major
is
Chai Chai's here. You know what? I want to
You gotta
perform the
bring up. You
mushkin
gotta bring
on
up your
her.
mic though. You gotta bring up your mic though, or sit closer to the mic.
She's not here. Just hang on one second. Okay.
Oh, people are going, I would, but I'm deep in my drink as Rob is. Is like, well, then you're perfect.
What you're deep in your drink is I'm like what? I'm running a YouTube show right now. Is that not what are you saying? Like anyway, just saying what I can't do it.
I just gotta go, Rob, the wretched devours.
The wretched devours. The heart of the devour. Come on, man. How cool is that? So good.
Is that what she says? No,
Yeah, but you're
really
still low.
You're very tinny and low. Oh, there we go. Yeah,
There you go.
gotta do.
No.
You gotta turn up the mic volume on that sucker.
Okay, that was
know.
great. Now you're good.
But that's good.
So
So what do you think about all of this? Are fans running Hollywood or not? No, hold the microphone. Hold the microphone. Running. Influencing greatly on big stuff. Damn, I'm wrong.
the one thing about Sonic the Hedgehog, right? You had the fans of the game going, no, the design is not right, and the studio listened, and it was successful. Um, and what you had Minecraft last year that I think was successful, in that at least I guess the look of the movie. I never played Minecraft. I took my daughter and her friend and who have played it, and they were like, "Yeah, this is pretty close," and they enjoyed it. And I watched the kids that were in the theater, and they were like going crazy for it. So there was some sort of connection in the design of the movie that resonated with the people that played that game.
That movie is surprisingly. I've never played the game either. I watched it when it came on HBO. I was like going, oh, I'll throw this on for a minute. I was surprised how entertaining that movie was.
I felt the same way, except for the weird little romance between.
Jason Momoa and Jack Black.
No, I thought that was great. The bromance there was great. And did you know Jason Momoa crochets?
I mean,
So
it's hilarious. He's
yeah.
such a he's basically the king of Kong.
Yeah.
Rob, have you seen?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
By the way, I just want to say that David Pryor is here. Like, now just hang on. Hold on. I got to put him in the show, yo. Yeah, Dave, just give me. Yeah, I mean, it is live. I have to, like, hang on just 1 second. And you can't appreciate how tall he is because he's a very tall guy. It's kind of like what was the movie? Never mind. I can't. He's a very tall man. What is that? What is that? Anyway, no, it's not No, it's All That Jazz. It's when Joe Gideon says to Anne Reinking, I know who he is. He's a very tall man, and she's like, yes, he is. David Pryor's a very tall man. I'm just saying.
I'm Angus Scrim.
Oh yeah, you're not that tall, man. Come on.
No.
Hang on.
6'3".
Guys,
I hear 1,000 voices.
Okay. In a world, David Pryor, just hang on a second. Let me put you in the show. I need just a minute. Okay, you can see him live, but he's not quite in this. Okay, Dave, he's not in the live show. In a world where David Pryor, I hate to say I bought the Empty Man on the Stinky Tuna. I bought it on the tuna train.
Rob, I'm thrilled and proud that you did that, but what can we do to get a legitimate?
Okay, hang on. Okay, we're going to talk about this. Hang on. Wait.
I say go after Vinegar Syndrome. Oh, they just won't let it out. They won't let it out. Damn.
Okay, wait. Hang on. Guys, I just need to hang on. I'm trying to figure it all out. Okay.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry.
No,
Do you
keep
need
going.
Total silence?
Wait. Oh my God. Guys, hang on. Just one second.
You're doing.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, just give me a break. Just 1 second. I don't know why. Okay. Hang on. Just hold on. Oh, there we go. So hey, it's true. I mean, just a second. Okay. Wow. Oh, here we go. Wait. Just wait. I'm Dave. You can still talk. I mean, you don't have to like. I mean, hang on. Just give me a break. Here, I'm gonna put you.
About.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, just give me this time. Not what shall we talk about. I'm trying to fix everything happening. So just so you know.
Nice. Do you know that they now? I guess they sell a replica. I mean, maybe this is a bit of a replica of his hanger. Yeah, they sell, like that's the kind of dumb replica prop I want. Is Toad's hanger? Yes, yeah. It was I think he filmed it and it didn't work, so he cut it out and he saved it for Raiders because he finally got the timing right. That Spielberg guy, he's going places. I think he's got a future there. What do you
Okay,
think?
guys, I'm bringing David Pryor into the show. I know you're still seeing Dave Parker's name on his head. Ladies and gentlemen,
it's a Dave and a
boys
P.
and girls, I'm still. It's a live thing. This is David Pryor, not Dave Parker. David Pryor, director and writer. Yes. Well, he adapted a graphic novel, The Empty Man, which, by the way, I will cop to. I did buy a Blu-ray off Stinky Tuna, the Tuna Train. And I will say this: I have been pressuring Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios, and who's been, by the way, a killer fan of physical media. I'm like, bro,
So why won't he let it?
Barbarian and The Empty Man?
Well, Barbarian has been Criterion for like a year. I heard that a year ago that Criterion was going to do it.
Nope.
Is that not true?
No, I know it's not true or not because I interviewed Roy Lee and he said Criterion, but I've been told it's a 20th century thing.
Oh, okay. Maybe it changed because somebody told me about a year ago that Barbarian had gone to Criterion.
You know, David, if you only had another filmmaker whose films.
I've asked Guillermo.
Can I just take?
Why do you have to interrupt me all the time?
I'm just trying to get David Pryor the respect he deserves, and your name is over his forehead. Okay,
that's not my fault.
I know. I'm just trying to do it. I'm just saying, hey, man, just okay. Just so
I asked Guillermo. You know, I mean, if anybody can make it happen, it's either it's Guillermo. I mean, I don't think anybody. You know, he's one of the only guys around that has the pull and cares about the physical format. But he's a busy guy, and he tells you once that he's going to make it happen, and then what are you going to do? Pester him every couple of weeks? It's like, no.
I mean, what's he doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Except preparing for the Oscars. I mean, come on.
Except wearing, putting on robes and trying out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. Like one of three houses of. Oh wait, didn't he? Did he? Has he sold?
He's selling a lot of it. He's selling a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I know he was getting rid of one bleak house and like selling the collection to. There's a museum in Mexico that has a huge chunk of it right now.
Yeah, the only house I've seen was absolutely insane, stuffed to the gills with unbelievable stuff, and that you would just,
I know. I mean,
and I've only seen one of the three, and not the biggest.
Okay, so you guys can see you're all on camera. Major Chai, David Pryor, you're all
Jeff,
there.
hang on. I can see you, Jeff. No one else can, but just hang on, man.
Don't worry.
We'll get to
you. I would say this, Mr. Pryor.
Yes, sir.
You've been to you came to a party at my.
I love that party.
It was a great party. You came 20 years ago. Thank you.
I was so jealous of all of you had this these cabinets with all of your collectibles and behind glass. I was like, this is the way to do it, and I didn't have the resources to do it at the time.
It was an interesting look. It was and by the way, what I hoped, when I was trying to build, I wanted all of us under one roof.
It would have been so great.
And it was
a great dream. It was a great dream.
I'll tell you what happened. I mean, I've told this story before, but at Disney, I was hired to do Chronicles of Narnia. And it was the first time that the DVD division had to work with theatrical marketing. And what I didn't know is that the people involved in theatrical marketing were getting kickbacks from their people.
Yeah.
And so we spent 14 months in country doing the greatest stuff ever. and the Disney home video people realized that the people that were doing theatrical marketing were getting kickbacks.
There's
And
a whole.
they're like, and we were the only people that had ever had a conversation between. We had nothing to do with theatrical marketing. We were even though they were paid for by. It was not our problem. And the DVD division cut us loose. They're like, we can't. And I was like, wow,
that bummed me out because I shot so much of it and I was really looking forward to cutting it. And I got all I can say is, I mean, at the time, my only big real my real claim to fame, and then let's get to our guest, was that I got the Tilda Swinton interview where the EPK crew and no one else could.
No,
there's always good gets. Yeah.
Dude, our
shit.
shit.
And it was like, because I was lucky enough at the time to become friendly with Tilda and hang out.
Yeah.
No, dude, it was
the most amazing thing. I was so looking forward to getting to cut that stuff. But I will say this: the company that did get the footage and did the DVD documentary stuff.
Yeah.
What a very strange thing. One of the editors was Ted Nicolau, who is a director for Charlie Band, who did the Subspecies series and everything.
He also did. Did he do Seed People?
He did not. He did.
Or no, it was Bad Channels.
And TerrorVision back in the
Dave,
right.
Can I
hold on? Wait, Rob. Let me finish the story. So I guarantee you that it was Ted who literally on that disc in the Tilda interview, she name checks me in her answer.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
and I was like,
let me tell you what we did. What
as we got fucked over for a lot of money.
Let me tell you what the real tragedy is that at the same time we were also hired to do something that I pitched, which was an adjunct disc. It was a Chronicles of Narnia political point of purchase disc where it had three things, Dave. We would do a 15-minute behind the scenes thing. They had a 3D dimensional, you could go around it of Narnia. And then there was our documentary, an hour-long documentary about all these fantasy writers who were inspired by C.S. Lewis. I interviewed Clive Barker at his house.
Wow.
I interviewed Terry Brooks in Seattle. We had people that interviewed Octavia Butler. The last interview she ever gave before she died.
I interviewed Chris Pellini.
Yeah.
Who wrote Aragon.
Yeah. Yeah. So we did all of these interviews, which are incredible interviews, and they decided to just kill that project. Kill it. And then they came to us and said, and I'm like, we already did this. We did the last interview with Octavia Butler.
Wow.
A black science fiction writer who has changed. I mean, incredible. We did her last interview before she died. And they don't even know they have it. And I have called, I have asked, I have said to people, please, can I get these discs back? Can I get the tapes back? I would love to finish doing the interviews that you guys curtailed. Why did they curtail it? Because their theatrical marketing division was getting kickbacks. We didn't know that.
It happens up and down the whole system too. I was getting the visual effects I won't name names because it could get me into trouble. The people I've known for a very long time, I found out during the Fox Disney merger, right when that was happening, were getting millions of dollars in kickbacks from visual effects companies that they were keeping on the, they would stash a certain amount of money that could be then piecemealed out on a project-to-project basis. So even if your line item of $300,000 for visual effects was actually $1.3 million worth, it didn't show up that way on the books because so-and-so was getting X number of dollars on the back end.
Well, Dave,
it's all corrupt.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I mean, I don't know where I read the article. There's a great article about your whole experience. I mean, at the end of Fox and everything, and you stuck it out to get your vision of the film done. You know, you have done incredible work. You do incredible work. You've done incredible work for years and years and years. You get your first film, you get to make it with Fox. You know, with people people that know you.
Yeah.
Now we've talked about this before, but I still, to this day, I think it really matters. You got to get there. You were there. And by the way, the finished product speaks for itself. I don't have to sit there and suck your dick. The movie's what it is.
Please do.
Well, it's your movie's fucking great.
Come on,
Look, man, I will give you a rim
No,
job as I jerk you off.
Thank you. I asked.
Suck your balls,
I
whatever you want. I will.
I didn't know how to get to you, and I asked Dave to thank you for all of the unbelievably too kind things you said. So, bless you.
There you go.
And I know that it's the kind of thing that not everybody's fine. And it's funny. I brought my brother out to Toronto, where I've been shooting, and just to kind of let him hang around and come visit the set and be there when we're shooting. And we spent one evening reading tandem. He would open up either X or Letterboxd or whatever and read me a really wonderful review of the movie. And then I would open up and read the next one, which would be an unbelievably scalding, awful thing. So, we just traded back and forth. It was like the most amazing thing I've seen in years. I love it. It's incredible. And then the next one is like so stupid. I turned it off after an hour. So it was never intended to be for all audiences. That's fine. I've had to accept the fact that some people are going to hate it. But the fact that you've boosted it as much as you have, it means a lot. Thank you.
Well, you know why? Because it's fucking good. Like at the end of the day, like I don't boost things to like I'm not sticking my thumb up my ass going, oh, that was fantastic.
I can attest that I've never sent Rob any money for any reason whatsoever.
That's true.
But the fact is, The Empty Man is actually a great horror film that has an incredible sense of existential dread. And the fact is, I mean, I admire David Pryor for the documentary. Well, okay, go ahead.
It's got a very long opening before the fucking title comes on. That's fucking epic.
It is that.
Well, it's one of those weird things where the thing that everybody tells you is going to be the fatal flaw turns out to be the thing that everybody likes the most. Right? Like that scene was cut by the studio during their version of the, when they did their version of the movie, they cut that whole thing out.
Insane.
But
they also cut all of Stephen Root. I just want to say.
But I have to ask you this. I mean, the thing that to get to make a film. I mean, you were documenting. You've done doing David Fincher laser discs. I mean, Criterion. You did all this work, and you finally get to make your movie. And you do it, and then suddenly. No one thinks that like studios are going to be bought by studios, and you were one of the last. Like you're out there, man. You are out there, fucking trying to finish your fucking movie, and you finally got to a place where no one's paying attention.
Have you ever read Losing the Light?
No.
The book about the making of the Adventures of Baron Munchausen?
No, I have not.
You should, and you should read that, and you should. I mean, I'm sure you've read the Battle for Brazil.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I read that, and I've also read Devil's Candy because I was there. I worked at Warner Brothers while that happened.
During the whole production of Bonfire?
Oh my God, I was there the entire time. I was a management trainee. I was the first group of management. Dude, it was insane. But the thing is, the difference is, you had a creative vision, so you're trying to finish your film. Yeah, and what people don't. I think what people don't understand is the process of post. You're editing, you have to mix it, you have to do all this stuff.
Normally, you can expect the idea of being of the weather in two different locations not matching, and like having no snow in one area and all snow in the next, or vice versa. That's typical production kind of problems. Your costumes get held up in customs, and the wardrobe department has to spend 24 hours in the new location trying to match clothes that they don't have because they're sitting in some bullshit bureaucratic thing. Those are normal sorts of production problems, and I had all of those. And then there's executives getting fired partway through production, and suddenly you're orphaned within the studio. And when you don't know, when from the outside, you kind of don't realize necessarily how important it is to have an advocate within the system that's been helping push the movie through, because no movie ever gets made because the studio wants it to get made. They get made because they're being forced to make it by whatever reason. And so when the person who's been forcing them to make it is suddenly let go, you're orphaned. So that happened. And then you have the studio is bought by another studio. And then you have a nationwide pandemic. Right. And so it's unbelievable the number of kind of obstacles that came about. And so I mean, I never expected the movie the fact that it ever came out at all is kind of a miracle, except for just contractual obligations, right? It's like 2,500 screens during a time when nobody could, the nearest theater to me when it came out was 25 miles away. And the fact that it's had any life at all is such a miracle, given the number of things that were against it, that you could sit and gripe and whine and moan about the travails, but on the other hand, the alternative is that nobody ever saw it at all. So I'm very happy with what happened.
And I have to say, people love it. I mean, I love it.
Some people do, yeah.
And I look, I feel terrible. I've talked to Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios. I've said, dude, finally, we might be.
Do you have any idea? Do you have an idea what the resistance is?
Well, I think, okay, for me, I honestly, from what I understand, there's nobody at the studio that even knows what it is. I mean, honestly,
there were labels that reached out to the studio and said, not only do we want to do this, but they're like, we'll do whatever you want. We'll do a 50-50.
Oh, I know.
We'll do a 3-year limited license. We'll do whatever you want. Just let us do this. And they've said, no, we're not interested.
Because here's the thing. As you know, the studio just says no. They don't even know. They don't even know what they're asking for. Because the people that are being asked, they're like, the empty man? What? They don't even know.
All they have to do is sit back and collect checks. Like
they have, but the people at the studio, when you ask them that question, and they don't know what you're talking about, they can't admit that they don't know what it is. Right. And honestly, that's a problem.
You're probably right. I'm sure.
And I know I'm right, and I'll tell you why. The greatest studio executive that we have right now is Steve Asbell at 20th Century Studios. He is a fan. He greenlights Alien Romulus, Hellraiser, Predator, Omen. By the way, the first Omen, so good. I mean, he's doing whatever he can. They will not let him make original stuff, and they're slowly letting him off the leash. He's the one guy that is champ. Why did we get Kingdom of Heaven on Blu-ray this year? Because of him.
You mean
why
4K?
Did we get Master and Commander? Because of him.
Which didn't have any of my stuff on it. I was very sad that none of the stuff I did for that ended up on the 4K. Dude, but I'm glad the movie's out.
Dude, it's the fucking worst.
Hey, Rob, can we ask David about how's the new one going?
It's going good. I'm in a hotel room in Alberta.
Okay, hang on. Let me go full frame with you, Dave.
That's all right. You don't have to
give
do
you
that.
to give you a word. No. I want to give you.
I I like the Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, is it like you want some?
Come on, man. Oh, well, you want that? No, you don't want that. Come on, man. You guys want just give me a break. What you want is Dave is going to tell you about his movie.
The short version is that I've got about another week of shooting, but it's limited, it's kind of small unit stuff. It's with wolves, real wolves, and they live up here in Red Deer, or kind of just outside Calgary. And so we've got, like, reaction shots of wolves. The part of the story is that there's a pack of wolves that sort of herd the main characters into this the central location of the movie and keep them there, keep them trapped inside. And so when we were on the stages and on the back lot, we didn't have any real wolves, and so we had actors pretending they were looking at wolves, and now we're shooting the wolves. And because real wolves are sort of, unpredictable and unusually, not necessarily great with people that they don't already know. It's like they have to, like, now I say all that because that's what I'm told. But the truth is, when I went out and visited with them the first time in prep a couple of months ago, they, opened a gate and 14 massive, full-size, 100% wolves came charging out, leapt up on me, licked my nose, rolled over, and let me scratch their bellies. So, I don't know how much is hyperbole, but we're told that the actors were not allowed to interact with the real wolves, so we've had to shoot them separately, and we're getting ready to do that. And then after the next week, we'll be done, and I'll be editing. Yeah, imagine. And in fact, I wonder if it was the same guy. Were you in Calgary? No, his name's Andrew. Can't remember his last name, but Andrew something. He did all the Game of Thrones stuff. Sled Reynolds. Okay, no, I don't know.
Hang on, no one can hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, no one can hear me. So
No.
so on Narnia, it was real wolves, and it was on set, and it was real actors. And I remember them going, because I was there just shooting the behind the scenes stuff, and they were like, "Whatever you do, just don't make eye contact with them." I was like, "Okay." So, but I was standing there, but just like you, a wolf would come up and like sniff around me and stuff, and then like be friendly like a dog and everything. But it was like, but I didn't dare pet it because they said, "Don't look at it."
Yeah, there's a lot of weird, like, kind of, I don't know.
It was like
This wolf named, this big wolf, like, 3.5 foot tall at the shoulder, came leaping across and licked me on the nose and rolled over onto his back. And it was like the sweetest, claws like you wouldn't believe. And I got a lot of scratches from it, but totally playful. And so I don't know. It was, I guess that they're unpredictable. Sometimes they're a certain way, and sometimes they're another, and they try to keep it kosher.
So would you say, as this experience, the whole shoot and everything, has it been different than Empty Man in a well, I don't know.
By the way,
Empty
here's
Man
Jeff
could have been
Bingham joining the chat, just so you know.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello. I'm multitasking, playing a video game.
Okay. What game are you playing?
Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Wow, that's old school, dude.
I know, man.
Do you have any questions for Mr. David Pryor or what?
I don't have any questions for him per se.
All right. Well, so Dave, so the idea is that it's different in the sense, it's not really, it's different because we've only had 9 weeks of production as opposed to 13 on the Empty Man, or 12. And the prep was shorter and everything's shorter, but and even though it's a small number of characters and it's essentially one location, it's not really, it's more like probably 4 locations when you break it out. But on paper, it doesn't look like nearly as ambitious a project, but there's so many more gags and it's so much more There's a lot of action and a lot of visual effects, special makeup effects. There's little creature effects and set.
Who's doing your? Who's doing your creature effects?
Mike Hill.
Oh,
nice.
Jesus Christ!
Mike's amazing.
Awesome.
Mike is wonderful.
By the way,
Mike,
here's a new character that enters the chat. Just so you know.
And who's this?
Silly Goose.
Introduce
Silly
yourself, a silly goose.
I'm Silly Goose. What can I say?
Well, welcome to the conversation. This is David Pryor, the director of Empty Man, and now he's director of Please Tell Us, Dave. Or David.
It's called The Boy in the Iron Box.
The Boy in the Iron Box.
Yeah, it's based on a book that Guillermo del Toro wrote, and it's I wrote it and wrote the script, and am in the midst of just wrapping up the last week of shooting, and I'll be in editing next week or week and a half after.
Now Guillermo's a producer on it as well, right?
Yeah, he's
how involved, like how involved is he as far as like the shooting goes, like with everything that's going on in his world?
He's been busy doing his publicity tour for Frankenstein, and
Right.
The wonderful thing about Guillermo, he had a very encouraging experience. He told me right before we started this that I reminded him of himself in right after Mimic.
Wow.
which was like kind of just
that can be good and very bad.
Yeah, I think he was thinking mostly of the bad, which was you're kind of in this weird fucked situation, and then Almodovar and those other guys came in and helped him
and stuff like that. Yeah,
and they kind of they cleared the decks for him and let him do Devil's Backbone in the way that he wanted to do it, and they said, I think he said Almodovar said, "I'm here if you need me, and I'm not if you don't." Right. So the idea was, if you don't need me, you're never going to hear from me. But if you do need me, I'm a phone call away. And so he has a kind of pay it forward idea of providing that for other people. And that's how he presented it to me. And I was like, that's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard in my life. And thank you so much. And so he's been around, and he was involved, whenever I needed him during the whole rigmarole with getting Netflix to greenlight the movie and all of that other stuff. And he's never more than a phone call away, but he's been totally hands off, except, because truthfully, his job was done. As soon as the green light was going and the wheels were turning, he didn't have to do anything else. And so he's been doing his whirlwind tour all around the globe, 70 cities in 60 days, promoting Frankenstein. And but it was kind of amusing, though, the way that celebrity impacts things, because I think within the first 2 or 3 days of shooting, we were on the stages here in Toronto, and I'm lining up a shot, and then I feel some people moving around me, and I realize somebody's putting a seat next to me, and then somebody's bringing in a light, and then there's a big giant soft scrim coming in, and I'm like, something's happening. And next thing I know, Guillermo's sitting next to me, and they're shooting all of this B-roll of me and Guillermo sitting there, and I'm like, okay, I guess this is happening now.
So Guillermo needs a soft.
Yeah, but wait. Hang on,
Hold on,
David.
Rob. Hold on.
No, wait, Dave. No, you hold on.
Oh, wait. No,
I've
you
got
hold
to
on
ask
for a second.
David.
No, wait, I want to say something first, just so everyone knows. Mike Hill, who's doing David's creature effects, is probably going to be the next Oscar winner. For
I think he's going to win. He'll win.
Or Frankenstein.
Okay, great.
So, fuck off.
No, Dave, it's not. It's like I'm asking Mr. Pryor here that here he is trying to do a shot, and suddenly all the mechanisms of what's happening in Hollywood shows up, and he has to be like, I'm trying to direct a movie here, like, and suddenly the question that I am interested in is, it used to be that making movies was very controlled. You're in a studio environment that you did not have to deal with social media or whatever, and Dave's setting up a shot, doing what he's doing, and suddenly the entire, like, no one's told him whatever. you have to deal with the fact that, oh my God, Guillermo del Toro is sitting right next to you, and you have to deal with the fact that that mechanism, whatever they're gonna, where you have to make a fucking film, man.
It's
and
peculiar.
You're on set, and suddenly you're like, I get it. Like, as you know, as a documentarian yourself, we've all been like I'll tell you a funny story. I wanted to interview Lauren Schuler Donner. We almost got fired. Dave was there. We had to go into a room with Fox.
I saved it.
Well, I wouldn't say you saved it.
I had a huge hand in saving it, Rob.
But I would say you were there, dude. Like I brought you into a meeting that you shouldn't necessarily been brought into. I would say, but you say
Probably
yes.
Not.
Yeah, you okay. So I'm dealing with a producer, a woman that didn't think X-Men 1 would succeed. So she wasn't at the premiere.
Right.
And so she wasn't in the special features of the original X-Men 1.5 special features because she wasn't shot for them. They didn't exist. And then for X-Men 2, she wanted to fire us because we're like Tom DeSanto's bitch buddies or whatever.
Whoa. She was all over X 1.5. And
she didn't know that because she hadn't watched it.
But a certain producer made us cut her out.
Okay.
Let's be honest with it.
Okay, Dave, that's fine, but that's my point is you were in the room. You're in the room.
Yeah.
My whole thing is that, like Mr. Pryor, Dave Pryor here, knows what it's like to make DVD special features and dealing with talent. And I would say nowadays, no one gives a fuck. No one cares. But in the early aughts, the DVD special features were the shit. And everybody wanted to control their opinions. And it was like Matthew Bologna, all the people that write in Puck, all these people that write, they have no fucking clue. They really don't. Fuck them all. Go to parties all you want. You guys know fuck all about making movies. Whatever. I just say that. But we had to deal with the fact that we were making shit that people were in. Like, they were in. And Lauren Schuler Donner was not in X-Men 1.5. Why? Because she thought the movie would fail. She didn't understand comic book movies or whatever.
No, that was not why.
Yes, it was. And that's what she said.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Anyway, Rob.
And by the way, what did I do?
That's not the point of this conversation.
But no, it's not. Okay.
I was there. I know what she said.
And what'd you say, Dave?
It doesn't matter right now because that's not
our
focus. No, it's not our focus right now, Rob. We've got guests on. It's not our focus. We can do a whole thing about that.
Well, I would say it's relevant because Mr. Fine.
No. Right now we're talking
and Mr.
about
Pryor. Dave Pryor had to deal with
Mr. Pryor.
My favorite thing about David Pryor is what he did was at the end of Fox. David Pryor stood fast and continued and finished his film. Tell us more about that, David. You were there. There was no one else there. And you were finishing the empty
Mr.
man.
Pryor is muted right now.
What?
For some reason. We can't hear him.
Hey, what? Why is he muted? Wait. Hang on.
I don't know.
Wait just a minute. I don't know. Hold on, are you there, David? Are you there? No? I don't know why he wouldn't be available.
Yeah. Is mine? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
We hear
can
you fine.
hang on.
Yeah.
We can hear
Okay.
both of you fine. Yep, can hear you too. Oh, you're on. Oh, he went out.
Oh, he's gone. David
So-
Pryor's gone.
So, silly goo. Oh, he's
Hang
back
on,
on.
just hold on.
I hit refresh. Does that?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
All
now
right,
we
so I
can hear you.
refreshed
Hang on,
the page.
just hang on. Let me just put you in this show.
Thanks for bearing with us, guys.
No, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. In a world,
Oh my God.
the wretched.
The wretched devours. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And by the way, the wretched
That's good.
fucking
Look,
rules.
This is
Just saying.
look. This is what our promo should be for the wretched devours. It should just be all of us just going the wretched devours in our
The
own
wretched.
way.
Yeah, because it's an awesome idea. Anyway, here
It's a great
hang
title.
on.
It's
Here we
a
go.
great title. The
Yeah,
wretched
well,
Well,
Oh,
try
yeah,
to
it's good.
build that energy up.
okay. So now,
All right,
so
well,
David,
you know,
let-
we all have challenges there, Jeff. You know,
just hang on one second. I want to go back to the end of Fox. You know,
Yeah.
and David Pryor is there in the edit base finishing your film.
I'm cutting the
didn't
movie.
give
I'm
up.
fine. I'm trying to get the thing to work as best I can, and the interesting thing was to realize one thing that I was absolutely shocked about was the fact that the top executives at any given studio, probably, I'm assuming it's not just Fox, don't even watch the movie.
Right.
Like I guarantee you, Emma Watts has never seen the movie in any form whatsoever. She's never seen it.
No,
But her minions did. You know,
But-
so we were forced to test screen it when it was not ready, and then it didn't do that well, and then they did their own version, and it did like historically awfully. And so they just said finish it however you want, but you're not getting any more money, and you have 2 weeks. So I did the best I could within 2 weeks with no more money, and finished the movie the way that I wanted to finish it at that time. It felt to me like it's never been nurtured to the extent that I would have that it should have been. And as Guillermo put it, if it had been released by people with human consciences, then it would have done better than it did, but it wasn't. So
Hey,
I mean,
David, hold on, David. Do you want to feel better about it?
yeah.
I remember talking to John Carpenter about Escape from LA, and he goes, "Yeah, from the point where I finished shooting to the point I delivered director's cut was a week."
Oh my god.
yeah, but
He goes,
okay.
"That'll explain a lot of why the movie is the way it is."
But I remember, but also Kevin Haug, I've worked with several times, did visual effects on a lot of movies that I worked on. He worked on Escape from LA, and he said that he showed John a shot of a satellite going around the Earth, and it was it was just to approve the animation. There were no textures, there was no lighting, it was just an early animatic.
Sure.
And Carpenter said, approved.
Yeah, because because he said he had no time. He had a week from.
But he also, I mean, look, he
when he
didn't know
finished
what it
shooting,
was. He didn't know.
Rob, when he finished shooting to when he had to deliver his director's cut on Escape from LA, 1 week.
That's insane. That's a major guild violation too, because you're supposed to have 10,
I mean,
10
look,
weeks.
dude. I mean, here's the thing,
Yeah.
David.
But he was
know.
like, I got paid more money than any other movie ever.
No,
Right.
it's not. Look, the world we live in is ridiculous, and the problem is the people that are the gatekeepers, whether it's agents, whether it's money people, have no idea what it's like to make a film.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with the entire industry. Like you, David, you know, as a studio is getting sold, you're making a film. You have to finish the film. It doesn't even matter how much it costs. I mean, like the article, it's one of my favorite things I've ever read about how you just continued on. You soldiered on. Because why not? Like, you're
I
there.
didn't
Like,
have any other choice. It was
yeah,
like that was
I have
the
to
only thing
finish my
do.
film. I have to finish my
Yeah.
film.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, it's like no one who works in the agency side, they have no idea how movies are made. So Hollywood is the one business in the world which is bifurcated, where you have one half of the entire business, agents, managers, whatever, even money
executives.
Executives. They have no fucking clue how movies are actually made. They have no idea because they're in there. Look, dude, my first job was I actually my second job. I was an art department PA on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Then I got hired.
Jeff Burr.
Yeah, Jeff
Burr forever.
First job I ever had.
Patron saint
and
of
Dave
independent
Scow, the
filmmakers.
two of them. I mean,
To Jeff Burr.
amazing. To Jeff Burr. I mean, my God, he was so nice to me.
He was such a sweetheart.
Gave
Oh
me
my
my first job in this town.
So
We didn't work together, but I knew him for years, and he was an absolute gentleman and such a sweet guy.
The only movie I ever directed, he randomly walked on Hollywood Boulevard and came up to me as I was behind the camera, and he's like, "Oh my God, Rob, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm directing a feature." And he's like, "Really?" Unbelievable. I love.
Yeah, he was a great dude.
Amazing.
Great dude.
Yet, nowadays, I mean, my God, no one at the studios understands how to make a film. They don't get it.
No,
they don't.
But they're the ones in charge of determining the policy that's going to determine what you like. It'll set the stage for what movie making is for the next 20 years.
Well, I would like to be. Here's where I'm going to get positive.
Oh shit!
They don't know. No, at the end of the day, they don't know. At some point, people are going to be like, I don't know. They just don't know. And someone has to stop and go, wait a minute. We're giving you how much money? I know, but we don't know how it's going to be spent. So at the end of the day, I mean, David, maybe you will be one of the first people who are on the receiving end of an industry that has no idea how their money is spent.
There's always the opportunity. Anytime there's this much kind of chaos, there's always the opportunities, right? That are,
but chaos.
Television in the 50s.
The funny thing about movie making is all the people that know how to make movies, there is no chaos. They know to the last cent how much every day is going to cost. It's so infuriating to me. Like,
yeah, but
Jesus
it's also just
Christ.
the chaos of what what element, how much will AI factor into things, what the contract negotiations are, all of the kind of externals that are imposed upon the business, not the stuff that's about the actual.
I understand, but you know what? It still comes down to the fact that you're actually on set making a film. And every single day, there's a dollar value associated with every single day you spend.
Yeah.
Why are they not paying attention to that? I don't care if it's AI. I don't give a fuck.
No, and the argument always is like it's at the end, in 10 years, nobody is going to know your name, but my name is going to be attached to this fucking thing for the rest of my life. So let's just do it my way.
Right. And by the way, you do know best because you've made a film that is fucking awesome. The Empty Man fucking rules. And if you people don't listen to David Pryor, you're dumb. Because you know what?
Well,
David Pryor knows more than you do.
Well, I just know that what I wanted to do from one time I was a kid, and by the time I was finally allowed to do it, I was like, nothing is going to get in my way. I'm not going to just kind of go along to get along with a system that is stupid for no reason. It's like, so I was like, I'm just going to fight for the movie and let the chips fall where they may,
Well, I would say you've done that. I mean, it's I what can I say? I mean, but here's the thing. How do you go on? How do you move forward? Hang on.
And Rob's the only one who's on now. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we
Rob
go.
fixed it.
How do you go on? You sit around, you wait, you keep writing, you try other projects. I've got a couple of things that were in the works. There's one, oh my God, I could tell you some stories. Sometime offline, I'll tell you some Roy Lee stories. But, you get projects that come close and then they fall apart, and then new ones come and those don't quite happen, or there's others that are percolating and maybe will happen. And then Guillermo del Toro calls you out of the clear blue sky and he says, I want you to do this thing with me. And so, I mean, it's been 5 years since The Empty Man was released. Not to mention, it's been 8 years since we started shooting. So, that's what happens. Time goes by, right?
Hey,
It sat on a shelf for 2 years.
Hey guys, let's totally out of subject, but sort of in subject. Let's raise a glass. TK Carter passed away.
Oh my God.
TK Carter.
TK Carter from
To
The
hear
Thing.
TK
And
Carter.
Walter Hill
Let me-
films.
I have to
TK
pour some
Carter.
whiskey first.
Maybe we're at war with Norway.
Yeah, which one of you
Maybe.
left your drawers?
Dirty drawers in my
dirty
kitchen.
drawers.
Yeah. Now on, I want my kitchen clean, germ free.
To
TK Carter.
To TK Carter.
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I cut him loose.
well, so Mr. Pryor, Dave, what is your feelings going in 2026? Do you have
I've got a movie coming out. I'm
Yeah,
happy.
he's
I'm thrilled.
come
I'm
on.
thrilled. I've got another thing, I've been developing with Fincher that we'll see. I was about page 70 on the first draft when we got the go ahead on the Boy in the Iron Box. So I'll move on to that while I'm editing The Boy. I'm also the editor on The Boy. So I wrote it and directed it and am editing it, which is a real blessing and a boon, and it's not something that happens very often, although it happened on The Empty Man. But and then it's like I look around at the industry and I see kind of the trends, and I understand the reasons for alarm, and the decline in production in Los Angeles is very sad and scary, and yet at the same time I've got a little more work right now, so I'm upbeat and I'm downbeat at the same time. Just begun paying attention. I get a couple of I get the emails every once in a while because I'm a member of 4 unions.
Wish
And
I was.
what's that?
Wish I was.
No, you don't. You really don't. It's not as good as it
Not
sounds.
that I would work anymore, but
the you end up paying. I mean, I've got an outstanding dues for the Writers Guild, in the 6 figures. So, but I've only just started seeing a lot of the saber rattling that's going on about there may be another strike, and it's like, guys, stop. I know what you're doing. I know you kind of have to say that as you're going into negotiations. It doesn't, but it'll absolutely murder whatever tiny little bit of blood is left in the business. So I don't think anybody can actually take that seriously. But I truthfully don't really have much beyond that. I've been too busy shooting to be paying attention.
thank God.
Yeah, I just kind of tune out the noise,
But that's what
So-
you got to do.
Yeah.
how do you feel about where's the industry going the next 10 years? Will movies matter?
I would love to think that they will. It's the only thing I've ever cared about, and I can't possibly root for the idea that the one thing that I've cared about doing from the time I was 5 years old might actually disappear. But it certainly seems like, is it true that, here's the thing. Every generation is going to have their end of the world stories, right? Every generation has their apocalypses. So that seems to suggest that maybe we're just going through another generational apocalypse, and we just have to wait until, the tide turns and a new thing happens. But that doesn't mean that one of these days, one of them won't be right. So I don't know. I mean, is this really the end? I know they've been predicting the end of the movies since the 1950s, and it never really happened. But it does seem a little bit like a steeper hill to climb now than we've been before. I don't know. I really wish I had a better answer. I just don't know.
I mean, for me, movies made me think about what does it mean to be a human being? Where's our morality? Where's our ethics? What does it matter? I mean, in my mind, the first cinematic experience that was indelible to me was I was 5 years old, and I watched a priest fried by the Martian war machine in War of the Worlds.
Yeah,
and that was I my best friend was Catholic. I'm a Jew. And I was
here's
like,
the thing, though. I have to ask you, Rob. You say that movies made you think about what it was to be human and think about ethics and all these kind of higher-minded ideas. And I do think that's fair. And I think it's anybody who has a lifelong relationship with movies wrestles with those ideas. But when I was a kid and falling in love with movies, I was falling in love with this amazing, bitchin' awesome experience that I was having in a theater with a big 60-foot wide screen and either 150 people or no people around me, whatever the circumstance was. When I went to see Superman at the Capitol Theater in Glendale, and I showed up for the first show in the morning, and my mother picked me up after the last show at night, and I was 9 years old. I spent the entire day in the theater by myself watching Superman. I wasn't thinking about ethics or anything kind of high-minded. I was thinking about, this is the best experience going right now.
Okay.
Right?
I'm right there with you. But here's the thing. I saw War of the Worlds on TV. Okay. There were things that my theatrical experiences were, I have to say the first one I remember is Logan's Run. Logan's Run, my mom I had seen TV ads, and my mom took me. And by the way, it was at a gigantic theater in Bellevue, Washington, called the John Dance Theater. And when I saw Logan's Run, when the Love Shop and Jenny Agutter and all this, I was 9 years old, and it was the greatest thing I'd ever seen on this fucking gigantic screen. It was 1976. Yeah. Superman was 78. So, Star Wars was
I had seen Star Wars at the Chinese by that point.
Yeah, Star Wars was different for me. That was a whole different thing. Yeah. But my whole, here's the thing. I saw Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah. The first James Bond movie I ever saw in the theater was at the same theater I saw Logan's Run at. It was because Star Wars, Spy Who Loved Me came out after Star Wars.
That was my first Bond movie, yeah.
Oh, and then unbelievable, gigantic screen.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, I mean, Superman the movie was 78, so it was after. So there was Logan's Run. The theater did not play Star Wars. It didn't, because it was a different theater. And then I saw Logan's Run. And then I saw Superman the movie.
Yeah.
And by the way, all Spy Who Loved Me, I saw Moonraker, a different theater actually. But so unbelievable. It was crazy to see these films.
And I just don't know that kids are not getting that experience from movies that they did when we were kids.
No, not at all. And by the way, I have to say, let me just say it for the first time. Or second time or end time,
or
the real first time as a kid, it was actually Paramount's King Kong.
Yeah,
and Paramount did not get the good theaters. Even
King
though
Kong
I was 9 years old, I was aware they weren't getting the good theaters. I was like, oh, okay. But they got the good theaters for Logan's Run.
quick digression. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember the nurse character at the end of The Empty Man, but I met Jenny Agutter on a plane coming back from South Africa to London, and I asked her to be in the movie to play that part. I wanted her so bad because I'm such a giant fan, and she said that it wasn't. I said, I'll put you up at the 12 Apostles, which is the nicest hotel in Cape Town. And she just said it wasn't a big enough part, but she was, flattered that I'd asked and all that. I love the woman who played the part, but I so badly wanted Jenny Agutter.
But you know what? Let me ask you this, David.
Reprising her nerd character from American Werewolf in a
I
way.
know.
But let me ask you this.
I knew I was a man when I saw that scene in American Werewolf. It's like, oof.
Rob, hold on. Before you go on, we have other guests on screen.
Yeah.
I want to know, Major Chai. What was that initial movie?
Yeah, let's hear from Major Chai.
Goose's movie is too.
The movie, like the in theater movie, I think that like, wow, this is neat. It's actually the Muppet movie.
I love the Muppet movie.
It's so amazing.
I love the Muppet movie.
I was kind of like captivated by the mechanism of how the bicycle scene.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
It's like how did they do that? And it was so impactful. Not only did it amaze me, I still have a very distinct memory of my mother going, "How are they doing that?"
Yeah,
and that's one of my earliest movie, experiences. I did see Star Wars. I saw it at a drive-in. I had a very, 5 years old in a drive-in, my dad's pickup truck. But that was amazing because I remember I was playing Star Wars with my cousins afterward. But like I didn't get into movies, not from the theaters because I was like suburbia, no way to get to a theater. Like Rob could hop on a bus, and go off to a theater. I didn't have that. I had to rely on my parents. But when cable happened, that's where movies opened up for me. And
do you remember the first big cable movie you saw?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I mean, there's so many running through my head. Superman. I know we discussed this at Comic-Con, which is as a like 10-year-old or 10-year-old was seeing the Big Red One.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah,
Samuel
Fuller. Yeah, totally.
Mark Hamill. Yeah.
But that was those were the funny thing about that. What you say is that those films might have not made a lot of money at the box office, but on cable we watched them over and over and over again. They became indelible.
Yeah, I watched those over and over again. I remember seeing All That Jazz.
I loved All That Jazz so much.
I mean, I didn't understand all what was going on. It was again not supposed to,
I do know it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
I know it's one of your ones, but I still have it stuck in my head.
So
Roy Scheider walking down the hall smoving blood.
You saw that on cable the first time?
Yeah.
Cable. Yeah.
So the same theater I saw the Muppet movie in, like a week later or something, there was a double bill of Fame and All That Jazz. And my mother, God bless her, took my sister and I to see that. And we saw Fame first and All That Jazz after. And
what an amazing double feature.
My mind was absolutely blown by All That Jazz. I was 10 years old, and we come out of the theater, and I remember my mother stopping at the poster case and wondering aloud to herself, not realizing that I was listening, saying, "Who wrote that?" And looking down at the credit block to see who wrote the movie. And that was the first time it clocked that I should pay attention to who writes movies.
Wow.
But All That Jazz was an absolutely seminal experience. I love that movie.
Oh my God, me too. It blew my mind. And
so Goose tapped out.
It's one of my favorite films of all time, by the way.
Yes. We have a center square that's blank now. Right?
Yeah, what happened to Goose?
Okay, Dave. Okay.
I'm just trying to keep up with things, man. Don't give me shit.
I see it. Don't worry.
Jeff is willing to come in. He says.
So there's something else in that the the love of movies also came from my dad.
Oh yeah.
Because if my dad was working and I'd be sitting there watching AMC or Turner Classic Movies or something like that, and War of the World, actually it wasn't War of the World, it would be like The Day the Earth Stood Still, and my dad would come in and he'd see it, and we would say, Klaatu Barada Nikto, all together at the same time. And
what did your dad do?
My dad's was a physician,
and so he's really into movies, though. I love that. I love yeah.
I think it was because he grew up single parent family. He was a single parent family, didn't have a dad around, rather poor. So movies were an escape for him. I have to tell this story. Just this past Christmas, my brother got one of those telescopic flashlights that flex on the end. Mm-hmm. And so he extended it and then he hooked it like this. And my dad and I looked at each other, and my dad's like, "Do you know what movie I'm thinking of?" I'm like, "Yeah, War of the Worlds."
Not E.T.
Yeah, not E.T., not Alien.
Yeah, well, because it had it looked like the, right. and so yeah, so whenever he saw me watching the older films, yeah, he would get excited and like, oh yeah, this is so and so, and he was known for this or that. So it's kind of a combination of things.
So it's part of the common language of people, like regardless of whether they were into movies as a career, or if it was just something that they were in. It was just part of the zeitgeist. And I don't know that movies occupy that place for us anymore. It makes me really sad.
I'm with you 100%.
I think you're probably right. But I'm curious, Jeff, how about you?
Honestly, I mean, movies have been part of my life, for my entire life. I guess if I'm being blunt and honest, I'd say the Star Wars trilogy, which I think I first saw around the age of 10. So that was, and I think for me that was in '96. My parents had it on VHS, like the original versions of those films, and even at that time I didn't care about clunky dialogue or whatever. I just was in awe of the sort of visual achievements at the time, and I guess definitely, I think that definitely sort of opened my eyes to like what you could do with filmmaking,
Yeah.
There's another aspect, and I had mentioned this when Rob had his 16-hour marathon. Was like when I was in the military, movies were very important. You're
right.
You're away. You're away from home. Now everybody's got their phones and they can watch whatever they want, do whatever. But at the time I was in, you're away from home. If you were overseas, the movies aren't in English. You don't have subtitles to them at that point. So being able to go to the theater on base as a group of your buddies, and you go, it was very important. And so from 98 to 2000, I was in Korea, and I remember the movies we saw in the theater, Enemy of the State, The Mummy. Of course, now I'm forgetting them because I'm trying to list them out. The Matrix, The World Is Not Enough.
So 99, 2000 you're talking about?
Yeah, The General's Daughter. Now, the problem with
The General's Daughter. That's
yeah, I remember that one. So
That was
Gattaca-
Paramount was releasing all those things. I mean, that was
There's a great piece of music in the opening of that movie. The very beginning of it is got a piece by Greg Hale Jones, which incorporates some old field recordings from the 1930s into a new kind of. He adds a new kind of modern percussion track to it, but it's "Sea Lion Woman" is an old. It's a slave song or a cotton picking song from the post-Reconstruction era. It's really amazing. The movie itself is kind of hit and miss, but that piece of music right at the beginning of General's Daughter.
Wow, dude, I did not know that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's
And
a
you're
very
not
favorite
wrong.
one.
I mean, somebody needs to do a DVD special feature about Paramount's thrillers from like 97 or from Fatal Attraction. Go all the way back to 88 or
87.
whatever to 95. I mean,
Rob.
sorry. What?
Rob, let's bring on Goose and let's hear
Goose.
his
Bring in Goose.
let's bring in Goose.
Okay,
You
well,
can be my wingman anytime.
okay, Dave, hang on. Just give me a second. I had no
Hey,
idea
don't
that
give me
Goose.
shit. It's fucking 12:42. I'm trying to run this shit.
Hey, it's 142 for me.
It's 142 here.
In a world where, hang on, just
the violin for everyone.
oh
Yeah,
my
and it's
God.
242 for Major Chai, if I'm not
Okay,
mistaken.
basically,
yeah.
I just want to
He's
watch
glutton
The
for
Empty Man.
punishment.
I'm gonna watch my fucking Blu-ray, just so you know.
What?
I want a fork. There's a beautiful 4K master waiting to be released.
Yeah, well, I don't have that. I've got the
Let's
Blu-ray.
talk to Steve Asbell.
Can't you buy the?
I
4K
do
on
all the
Bitcoin?
time, and by the
Give me his
way,
number. Let me
I have
call
spoken
him.
about The Empty Man multiple
Yeah,
times.
let's call him right now. I'm sure he'll be awake.
Yeah, tell him. Give him my number or give me his number, and I want to talk to him.
The thing is, okay. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you his number or tell him it is 12 in, hang on.
It is in the AM.
Just okay, hang on. Just
Oh, Jesus.
You guys asked, okay?
I asked to bring on Goose to give us his.
Yeah.
Goose is
Input.
It is
muted.
an experience.
Unmute
no.
Goose.
He
Send here,
Dave
Rob, it's rude.
Dave wants us to see Goose. I don't know if you
Okay,
can fit
I'll
6
stop
people
what
on
I'm
here.
doing. It's
Or you want
fine.
to swap?
So,
Would you stop
Goose.
what you're doing and like pay attention to the show a little bit?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to text the
Dave,
president of 20th Century
Rob's
How
Studios.
much
busy.
have you had to
I'm
drink
just
tonight?
saying.
A lot. He's had a lot.
Rob's
no-
busy dealing with this whole
More
other
than I
important
did on New Year's
situation.
Eve.
Wow, dude. You know what? The last thing Steve sent me was his pictures of his Enterprise D model. That was yesterday. Just saying. I'm
Is that
just
a
saying.
euphemism? That
That's
sounds
code.
like a euphemism.
No,
You know,
it's not a
guys,
euphemism. but
Enterprise
whatever.
D is
Dave,
code
Dave.
for something.
Dave, what do you want me to do? Who am I supposed to let
Bring
on the
on
show?
bring Goose on to the chat, please, so we can actually have him on. And
Can you
hear.
fit 6 people, or do you want to swap me out?
No, it's fine. I don't know. Okay, let me just. Okay, a silly
This poor
goose.
guy has been waiting here for hours.
Are you telling me a silly goose is the guy you want on the show?
Yes,
Right?
he's been waiting for hours.
Well, put him over David Pryor since he's taking a break.
Well, okay,
Don't
hang
tell
on.
him what to do.
Okay, a silly goose has been here the whole time. By the way,
He's been here the whole time and hasn't said anything. He hasn't.
well, that's not my
hours.
problem.
It is your problem.
A silly
Yeah,
goose.
that's
What's going on, buddy?
I'm tired looking at me.
Fuck yeah! Thank God. Go for it. It's
A silly goose.
the
You
floor
are
is
on
yours.
line.
The
What's
floor is
going on?
yours.
Okay. No one can see me pick my nose.
Yeah, that's good. I guess.
But we can hear it. We can hear it.
Well, a silly
How about
goose
it?
is live, dude.
What's up? How's it going?
The floor
What's
is
going
yours.
on? It's
What do you
all
want to talk
good,
about?
man.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
You were
man.
you were in the show.
Oh
I don't
no!
know.
Okay.
Tell us
I was just like
what's going on.
last night. I was watching Dune 2. Pretty good.
Oh,
Watched
fuck.
it again for the first time since I saw it in the theater in IMAX. Good movie,
It's so good. Are you excited for Dune 3?
dude. I'm stupid excited for Dune 3.
I know, right? And how do you feel about if Dune 3 and Avengers Doomsday are released on the same day? Are you down with that?
I'm down with that.
Doomsday? I am
I'm also
too, right?
not down with that because I want to see them both in IMAX. So it's like, my
I know,
theater only
right?
has one IMAX.
How do you do that? What do we do?
Wait, which one? Which one first, though? Dune or Doomsday?
I'd rather see Dune 3 in IMAX over Doomsday.
I gotta tell you, I need to see I need to see Avengers Doomsday only because
You know everything that happened.
no, it's not even about that. I'm like, I don't even know how. I read things on a page of.
I've seen
Okay,
things you
okay.
wouldn't believe.
I haven't read shit. Okay, I haven't read anything. Assume I did though. I read things or maybe I did. I read things on a page I could not reconcile with my visual cortex. To be honest, I'm like, I did not know what I read would translate to something. I was like, how do I? How do I?
It might not translate.
Well, it might not. I mean,
It might not.
and I'm not
mean,
saying I read shit. I'm just saying that in my own mind.
Well, yeah. I haven't read shit for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, I haven't read shit. I don't know nothing.
I don't know shit. Come on, what's
I know
up?
nothing.
You sound like Ron Perlman in Name of the Rose. Me no sabe, me no know nothing.
That's what I always aspired.
Yeah. I'll tell you a
there
Ron
moment
Perlman story
in
one of these days.
Doomsday that's better than Captain America catching the hammer?
Well,
Say.
I
He
can't
hasn't
speak
read
to that.
anything. He doesn't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what they have planned, but I don't know.
But I
I
do.
don't have the hype.
But I'll tell you,
for
the
Infinity
hero
War.
of Doomsday is Man-Thing.
Man-Thing is not in Doomsday.
He's so Rob is just saying that because he's all over it. He is the nexus
Nope,
of all
Man-Thing
reality.
is not Doomsday.
He is the pivotal point. He's the nexus of all reality. He's the
No, I'm
pivotal
doing the
point.
Man-Thing movie. It's
Don't you dare. It's mine. It's mine. It's been mine forever.
Okay,
God
I'll
damn
leave
it.
it for you.
Here's my question for all of you Doomsday fans that I would ask.
There's no
You've all
Doomsday.
seen Thunderbolts, right?
What?
Yeah.
You've all
Yes,
seen
I have.
Thunderbolts. So at the end of
No.
the day, there's a rocket, Fantastic Four rocket, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who's on that rocket?
Herbie.
No.
Oh,
The
Who's
dentist
on it?
Dr.
Herbie.
Doom on that rocket?
Who's on that
Herbie.
rocket?
you want us to think that they're not all on it? Is that what you're trying to?
No.
they're all
No.
on. And
Lots
then
of people.
some.
I would say lots of people are on that rocket.
Oh, it's a big rocket.
Who are they? Who's on that
Moon
rocket?
Knight. Moon Knight's on that rocket.
Moon Knight is not on that rocket.
Crazy. It's
No.
crazy.
Moon Knight is not.
Rocket Raccoon is on that rocket.
Nope.
Wolverine.
He's not on that rocket either.
Wolverine.
Oh yeah, totally Wolverine.
Wolverine's not on that rocket. Nope.
Totally Wolverine.
A
Why are you saying
Spider-Man
that?
variant.
Nope.
To-
There's no Spider-Man variant on that rocket. No.
Spider-Ham is on that rocket.
No. No. Spider-Ham is not on that rocket.
Why do you want to even say?
What?
I'm not. I haven't said anything.
I know, but stop it. Stop it. Stop
on.
trying to stop
Make it
trying
stop.
to spoil shit for those
And
who
stop
can't.
trying to.
How have I spoiled anything?
Who's on the rocket? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we know.
You don't?
I haven't seen Thunderbolt, so I don't know.
D&D is on that rocket.
D&D is on the rocket. Okay.
Who's on the rocket? Want to know? You guys want to know?
Lockjaw.
Tell me.
I'm not going to tell you.
Of course not.
But he already told you.
Deadpool is on that rocket.
Nope. Deadpool's
Well, yeah.
already dead.
Oh, Deadpool's already dead.
Oh,
no.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Didn't know. Didn't I? What? What?
Optimus Prime is on that rocket.
Could be.
the Predator.
Cobra Commander, and Skeletor are on that rocket.
Doesn't Marvel own Alien or Predator at this point?
Yeah, and
No, they
own
don't.
both.
And neither the Alien or the Predator on that rocket. I'll tell you who is on that rocket.
The Terminator.
The Fantastic Four.
Oh.
Good Lord. Didn't I just say, like, you know...
I thought I said Johnny Storm,
That's
but
what
okay.
somebody said, the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, I thought you want us to believe that, you know, none of the Fantastic Four are on it, or maybe didn't Dave say, like, more than the Fantastic Four or something?
I said Johnny Storm, but so if you're saying...
Well, you know who else is on that rocket?
I don't want to know it.
There's two other people on that rocket.
Bowie is on that rocket.
Just
Sue
saying.
Storm's
I'm not
on
going
that
to say who.
Ziggy Stardust.
What do I know? You know what? No one knows. Full of shit.
No one knows nothing.
So what was the point of this?
Nothing.
I don't know. You guys asked me.
As always,
I don't recall asking.
It's Midnight Metal. There is no point to anything.
Oh my God. I would say there is. I would say that tonight's show is about David Pryor's film, The Empty Man. Let's see it. I mean, I bought it. I bought it on Blu-ray at Stinky Tuna. I feel bad about it. I mean, I've been talking to Steve Asbot, talking to.
He keeps throwing it in everyone's face.
I would say
you
that
you run a show. You run an entire show that's singing the praises and keeping the torch lit for packaged media. And you and I both came up in a world, you know, which was all about celebrating and releasing packaged media. And the irony of it not being available in packaged media is so painful that if anybody can make it happen, Rob, it's you.
I would say 100%. David Pryor, yes. Here's the thing. Pretend I don't know David Pryor, and you just saw a film that made you say, "Oh my God, that was fucking amazing." David Pryor's first feature, The Empty Man, is that movie. And it doesn't matter whether you know him, whether you know us. It's just a great film that, by the way, will surprise you. If you haven't seen it, it will make you. And by the way, if you saw it, you won't even just love it. You'll be like, fuck. And it will make you think. It will make you fucking. You'll walk around going, Jesus fucking Christ, is this real? And here's the thing, and David was a guy who worked for people like David Fincher, who spent years watching masters make movies, and this was his first feature film. And I would say to everybody, I'm not David Pryor's lover. I'm just an admirer. I'm an admirer of his work. Okay, guys, make all the fun you want.
Yeah,
you know what? It's just a great.
No, I love you, Rob. Thank you so much.
It's a great
awesome.
film.
It's awesome.
It's just a great film.
Thank you.
And I would say, look it up, find it. Am I going to apologize for owning a Blu-ray of it that I bought from Stinky Tuna from the Tuna Trade? No.
I love that it's available. You know, if piracy has a benefit, it's for situations like this where it's not available in any don't. At least it's available.
God, at least I own a legitimate copy.
I don't. I own a completely bootleg copy.
I don't even have a legitimate copy.
Yeah,
on DVD, they released it on DVD at least.
No, they sent me a DVD-R way back. I have no idea where
No,
it even is.
it's
It had a
never been
plain wrapper
officially
on it.
released.
It has. It was officially released
In
on
Australia.
DVD.
There was a red box, and there was an Australian DVD with
And
no
I got- and
supplements and
I
no
have it.
menu.
Okay,
have it.
well,
I don't even have that.
I have a Blu-ray. Just saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
look, Dave.
about an hour of deleted scenes and extended scenes and supplemental material and stuff.
And by the
waiting
way,
to be
the
released.
greatest fan of is Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios, and
Apparently
he
not,
is
because
not
they haven't put it
unaware
out
of the
yet.
Empty Man. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's been 5 years. He's not that
Yeah,
big a
maybe
fan.
you should
No, trust me.
catch up
You
with the
know,
times. Maybe tell.
he had
Steve
to deal with the
catch up.
transition.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that took 5
Look,
minutes.
man, I'm not here to suck someone's corporate dick. I'm just saying.
I
I
want.
want-
a prior stick, obviously.
You know that label TerrorVision? You know the
Yeah.
label? They've reached out 4 times at least to the studio begging to release it as a
And
big
probably
deluxe
put out the
special edition.
soundtrack on vinyl.
They wanted to do the whole schmear.
Yeah.
They wanted to do a
Yeah.
big ultimate disc release, and they were just told no.
Okay,
This is a company that put out Rob. Just to give you
I
context.
know.
Wait, Rumpelstiltskin in a deluxe box set. Just so
Okay.
you know, this is the company that did that, and they were denied.
Dave,
the
And
I
they offered,
get it.
They offered a really nice deal, like a revenue sharing deal and a limited release window, a limited license window, all kinds of stuff. And they were just told, yeah, no, we're not into it.
David, let me ask you something. I'm going to do. Wait, it's 12. It's almost 1. In 10 hours, I'm going to do the first regular episode of Let's Get Physical Media.
Yeah,
You
God.
should come on it tomorrow,
I would be happy to.
and which is 10 hours from now. And I would
Okay.
say that because I wouldn't. I got a big box from Kino Lorber today.
I bet
But we
you
should
do.
talk about what I want to talk about is why is it that 20th Century Fox is they are so lame.
They're just cock blocking the movie for
for no reason.
It almost feels personal. I don't understand it. It's really weird.
It might be because
Yeah,
you
They
know
might be mad at
you
me.
might have offended some like social
Yeah.
justice warrior. Who knows?
it's possible.
But the fact is, what I want is I want the Empty Man in 4K. That's
Me
what
too.
I want.
That's all I want. That's all
And
I want.
I want come on the show tomorrow.
I'd be happy
know.
to. I'm sitting around in a hotel in Alberta with nothing to do for another day. I've got
Okay,
Monday
here's the
morning.
thing.
We're shooting wolves. And
Here's it.
up until-
You shoot your movie tomorrow morning if you can do this. It
Yeah.
is now. Wow, it is 11:59. It's basically
almost
1
2.
o'clock 1 a.m. Pacific time. So
Okay.
tomorrow I'm going to start my show at 11 o'clock Pacific time, which is 10 hours from now. So
I will.
If
I
you
will
go to
You're
sleep
around.
right, if you go to sleep right this second, you'll be ready.
No, but I'm just gonna say like tomorrow, Max Allen Collins, writer of.
I love Max Allen Collins, by the way. And that guy
I mean,
is
my
great.
God.
Bring him on again?
That guy's great. He's a brilliant.
You're gonna
writer.
bring him on again?
What do
Why
you
not?
like?
I'm
I
kidding, I'm
only
kidding.
directed an audio drama he wrote that, by the way,
Chill.
has worldwide
Corporate chill.
distribution next month.
Chill. I'm kidding.
Yeah, yes, I'm shilling.
And by the way, Goose, I missed it. What was the first movie you ever saw? What do you remember seeing first?
Yeah, we never
No,
got
we
to
never-
that.
I think it was Cars actually. It was either
Cars?
Cars or
Wow, the
Madagascar.
Pixar movie.
So what are you, 12?
Thank you for making us feel really fucking old.
How
My
about
son-
the car?
My son, yeah, I love the car. My son watched Cars like on a loop. He must have seen it 30 times before he was 3 years old. But that was only 17 years ago. I feel like an old man now. Thank you.
We are.
Yeah, we're old.
I watch Cars on a loop too, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I've
Cars
never
is pretty
seen
good.
it.
Cars is good.
Me
It's a good
neither.
movie.
All right,
Yeah,
kids,
I think-
we need to end this show.
show.
Oh, Rob is tapping out.
It's not that
Again.
I'm tapping out, Dave. You're always like, we have to do this show. It has to be short. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
It would be short if you didn't
It's
ramble
3
so
for me.
much.
It is called
Two-
Midnight
two
Metal.
for
It's only
me.
one.
Oh boy.
I've seen you guys drag this show out until 4
Oh, I
a.m.
know.
Like,
I know.
I miss
Wow.
the days. I miss the days.
Come on,
where
Mr.
you
Pryor.
actually fell
I
asleep
want to put you on the
stream.
show in the morning.
all right, let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to send you a link.
All right, please do.
I will. So Dave Parker, what do you think?
Yes. I'm here.
No, what do you want to do, man? I'm perfectly willing to
Let's
hang
go.
out.
Let's go. Let's go. It's time to wrap it up. We've given all our guests
Well,
so much time.
Watch for The Boy in the Iron Box later this year.
Yes.
Rupert Friend, Kevin Durand, Arnis Federovicius, and Julian Kostoff, both from this last season of White Lotus. Who else? Chris Petrovsky, Eugene Prokofiev. Really good cast of guys. You know, it's not always that you get the first choice on all of your cast when you have an ensemble like I did. But all of these guys that are were my first choices. It was a lovely thing to be able to tell them when we did the first table read. It was like, you guys are all who I wanted from the very beginning. And so yeah, really good bunch of guys, and they all like bonded instantly. They're all staying in the same hotel, and like they had a WhatsApp, whatever chat between them. Became like brothers and all cried when they were individually wrapped out. It was really funny and pretty great. So hopefully it'll be out later this year.
that's an amazing experience. I mean, any independent filmmaker listening to David's experience is amazing. I mean, I really love all you guys participating in. No, participating in the show. Look, man, I've done so many interviews with people in the industry, and no one watches them. You know,
I watch them.
Well, I know you.
Yeah,
do.
Major
Thank you.
Chai watches.
But it's I would like to think this channel champions the craft of filmmaking, and it's great to have you, David, here, and thank you for being on.
Oh, it's my
And,
pleasure, Rob. I love the fact that you guys are keeping the torch burning for movies and for all of the things associated with movies. I love it. I'm thrilled to have been a part of whatever I can with you guys.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. And by the way, your documentary work is exemplary, unbelievable, and
Thank you.
essential, I would think. And anyone who wants to watch how movies are made, I mean, my God, David Pryor, he's already made The Empty Man, which is an amazing film. I love it so much, and I'm so glad I own a bootleg Blu-ray of it, and I'm not gonna apologize.
You shouldn't.
Because I
No,
would
you
buy
shouldn't.
it. I would buy it. I would.
I know
buy
you
it.
would. I know you would.
I would, and I did buy it. I just bought it from a bad
From some
site.
scumbag in India.
Well, I mean, I bought it from the tuna train, Stinky Tuna. I mean, I'm just saying, and they want to make sure that it's great. So
They're keeping it alive. I'm all for it.
I mean, it was years ago, but still, I mean, I'm just saying. So, Major Chai, and Dave, what do you think?
What do I think? Oh, you want to know now?
Come on, dude.
What have you guys seen
Seriously, yes.
lately, by the way?
What?
Have
I
you seen
think-
anything new?
I think we've been.
Not to delay this any longer. If you guys are winding it up, it's fine.
Guys, you know what? Check out Primate.
Yeah.
Support rabid monkey movies.
Yeah,
Did you
the-
notice though
That
that
obviously copied Cujo.
but
No.
and Link
And
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 Link,
the monkey's head is too big.
So check it out.
It used to be this big.
No,
and it's this big.
No, I mean, I don't mean to make fun of Primate, even though it is a similar plot to Cujo, because clearly it's getting great reviews. So
it's a blast.
yeah, I see that.
Don't overthink it. Just go.
So
I know.
Go to have fun.
the last movie I saw in theater was Song Sung Blue.
How was that?
And Rob, have you seen that movie? And you're such
No.
a big Neil Diamond fan, and you didn't
No.
go see it. What the fuck is wrong?
You know
with
what?
You?
I've been doing some work. Yes,
What's
I have
wrong
not.
with you?
I have
You-
not.
you
Look,
the
I'm
guy
all
who was
about
at
Greenland
Lola's-
too.
You guys were at Lola's singing Sweet Caroline every fucking weekend, and you don't go see Songs on Blues. What's wrong with you?
And it has Kate Hudson.
And
Who,
what's
by
not
the
to
way,
like
has
about
never
that?
looked better.
Yeah,
She's
Hot
fantastic.
AF.
fantastic.
Well,
I
she's
love-
looked
I-
better and Almost Famous, but
Marty Supreme was my favorite movie of the last year.
So,
No.
and then before that, I saw Dust Bunny.
Oh,
which I
wow.
loved.
eh,
I didn't see it.
Loved it.
Eh.
Come on.
eh.
Yeah, so I want to live in that apartment.
Yeah, the design was great, but the movie, eh.
Okay,
Man, Dust Bunny
guys,
was
Come on.
fun.
I don't tell you. You know,
Stop being a shill.
I loved
Eh.
Anemone. What can I say? I loved it. I loved Anemone. A lot of people didn't, but I loved it. I loved that film.
I've not seen it.
Rental
It was
Family.
Daniel
is another good one.
Day-Lewis and Sean
Oh,
Bean.
Daniel Day- yeah.
Amazing.
Right.
I mean, his
I'll have
son.
to see it.
Was. I thought it was incredible.
All right.
Okay,
I'll
kids.
check it out.
We
Kids.
need to end this show. I want to
Rob
thank
needs
David
to
Pryor
end
for
this
coming
show.
on. What do you mean? Why are you all laughing at me? No, I'm ending the show because I have to
You're
get
s-
on another
You're
show
we're
tomorrow.
laughing because you're obviously talking sloshed.
We're
making
laughing
fun of you.
virtually near you, not at you.
He has to get to a more important show with Dieter Bastian. So please let him get some sleep.
Okay, you guys. You can't.
I know where the hierarchy is.
You
It's
can't
Dieter,
let Dieter bash it.
it's
Dave,
Dieter, and then
Dave,
and
you're the
then-
one guy that
then
we've been on the show for 4 hours. 4 hours.
yes.
You know what I'm going to do? I
What
am
are
going
you
to go
gonna-
watch
what are you
the
gonna do?
Blu-ray of The Empty Man. I'm going to go do that right now. That's
There we
what
go.
I'm going to do.
From
You're
where?
gonna fall asleep to it.
Well,
where?
maybe,
From
but it was
Stinky
from the
Tuna?
Stinky. Okay, guys, I bought it from.
Fall
I did
asleep
buy
to
it from
I take
Stinky
that
Tuna.
personally.
You can't fall asleep to it. You have to stay up.
No, plenty of people have fallen asleep to it. I'm not self-deluded that way.
Actually, The Empty Man's pretty fucking dope. No one's gonna. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
fall asleep to it. It's
You won't, but a lot of other people have.
yeah,
That's okay.
no. It's
It wasn't
dope.
about
Dope.
insulting the movie. It's about the fact that he needs to get some sleep to prepare
He
for. Let's
does,
Get
and he's
Physical.
got a whole other show. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
so
know
I
what?
just thought he was gonna put it on to help him go to sleep.
Doesn't change the fact that
Oh,
The
that's
Empty Man
even worse.
fucking
it's
rules.
just soporific. Yeah.
And I'm gonna watch it on Blu-ray. You know why? Because I
Why?
own it. I own it on
Because
Blu-ray.
you can. Because you can.
Can I
and
talk about my
Yes, you
physical
can.
media representation of
How many?
David Pryor's movie
How many?
that he has to
how
get
many
sent
discs-
for? But I
No, I'll
certainly
never
own it.
get. How many discs do you think you own, Rob?
Too many.
No.
I've been asked that, and I can't come up with a number, but I know it's
I
in the
would say-
thousands. But I'm sure you have more than I do. But
No, I
it's-
don't. You know, to be honest, because it's curated, I would say about 4,000.
Really? I thought
Yeah.
it was more than that. I would have thought
No,
more.
Bill Hunt owns like 20,000.
Yeah, no, I'm nowhere near Bill Hunt, but I
Yeah,
think
and
it's.
I would say because
I-
I don't.
Do you get rid of stuff that you realize you don't need anymore?
I've been
Not
doing
really.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
mean,
You know, what
culling it a
he,
little
but
bit.
you know what he has that he can't get rid of in 4K?
Yeah, The
What?
Empty Man.
No.
Can't get rid of that yet.
No. The Canon Ninja trilogy.
The Ninja trilogy. Wow, fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, we got to stay on for just a second longer here.
You've got
That's
stuff that
true.
that I don't have.
I mean, you know, and to be fair, Kino Lorber sent it to me.
Yeah, I don't have anybody sending me discs.
Yeah,
so I know you.
me either. I don't get no.
I know
kickback.
you've got more than I do, but I thought I had about 6,000. But I think if you say 4, I must only have about 2.
No, I don't. Look,
4,000.
I would say
He's
this.
got
I
over
know for a fact I have about 1,200 4K discs.
That's a lot. That's good.
Jesus Christ.
That's only 4K.
4K. Yeah, I don't have nearly that.
I
much.
would say.
So
that beyond that,
he's closer to Bill Hunt than he likes to admit.
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
God bless Bill Hunt. I mean, I've known Bill since 1998.
Wouldn't we all?
Like, yeah,
But
he's a great-
here's the thing about Bill Hunt's very his collection's very curated.
We're gonna kill him now.
So he like, for instance, like he
This
collects
is it.
all
We're
his
fine.
Star Wars, Star Trek stuff to have the special features.
Oh yeah, because you
Sure.
don't collect.
I
all the
don't
Star
give a
Wars and
fuck. I
Star
don't
Trek
care.
Stuff. You don't care. You don't care about the whole Star Trek stuff. Yeah.
Here's my philosophy. What I want is the best version of the film on physical media.
And I wanted to ask you, what's the best version of Star Trek the Motion Picture to get on 4K?
Okay.
There's like 4 different versions.
Okay, that's a very good question. So here's the thing. I don't think. Okay, you've got to buy the
Sorry,
box
Dave,
set
but I gotta
the
know.
box set
The
that
box
came
set?
out
Okay.
in what 2022.
And is that the one that's wide?
Yeah,
When I
it's
go to
different.
Amoeba, it's like the wide one.
Yeah, the big box set, the
Okay.
open. That's the one to buy. But here's the thing. I'm gonna say something that they're not gonna like. David Fine and Darren Doctorman, they are not film directors, and they were tasked with. There are things about the definitive version of Star Trek: The Motion Picture that are not as good as they should be, and I love those guys. They're my friends.
Dave Fine's a dick. Sorry, but he is.
But yeah, well, they cut things out that shouldn't have been cut out, and I'll tell you why. In order to understand the greatness of Star Trek: The Motion Picture, you need to be like Gene Roddenberry. You need to like to fuck. Just saying. Star Trek: The Motion Picture is about a movie about people that like to fuck. The problem is the director's cut was made by people that are uncomfortable with fucking, and that's why it's not great.
That's a very. I think I get what you're going for.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Right?
I think we all do.
And I will
Yeah.
say this. That there are
Go
things like, I'll give you an example, and I've talked about this since 2001. When Captain Kirk is in, or Admiral Kirk is in when he's showing everybody the V'ger cloud, and they and what the people that worked on the 4K version did in the movie that was originally shown in theaters, Kirk says, as they watch the Epsilon 9 station destroyed, Kirk says, "Viewer off," and they're so stunned they don't move, and then he says a second, "Viewer off," and Uhura comes out and turns it off. They cut the second viewer off. And I was told, I've asked this, I said, "Why'd you do that?" And they told me that, well, nobody disobeys James T. Kirk, his orders. And I'm like, none of these people believe he's the commander of their ship. Right. And I was like, to cut that out, that was not a Robert Wise thing. That was a thing you guys did. And you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah.
Because
not good.
it's not about Kirk. It's about the fact that those people are stunned by what they're seeing, by the V'ger cloud. And when I was told this, I'm like, You guys, you know what?
Don't have a storytelling sensibility.
No,
That's-
and by the way, they don't fuck because somebody that has to deal with chicks and fucks them would understand. You when viewer off, it was because they were stunned by it.
right.
They were stunned by what happened, and it bothered me. By the way, I've been upset by this.
So, is there a version that
years.
includes that?
No, there isn't. However, I would say this.
So I'm not going to get rid of the version I have on DVD from 25, 30 years ago.
No, don't do that. Okay. Don't. But I would say this. There are things with. It's really interesting because, as you know, film directors are different than people that are doing, say, effects work. You know, and so one of the things that hampers Star Trek the Motion Picture, the new version in 4K, is about 85% to perfection. But there are things that are missing that are all based in emotion.
Right.
That fans don't get because fans, you know.
Yeah. Fans should have a voice about, but not in the making of
well,
a movie.
you look at the end of the day. Here's my. I have to say it.
Kind of wraps it up to the theme of the whole show, right?
Kind of does.
Let's hear it.
You either like fucking or you don't. You either like chowing box or you don't. Because I mean, people laugh all they want, but at the end of the day, it comes
Hunting
down.
Live fan, I hear, man.
It comes down to aesthetics, and it also comes down to imagination. Yeah. And the fact is, if you love the structure of the feminine, and you also love what you can do to that, and the fact that you can make somebody achieve, how amazing is it you can make someone achieve pleasure in this weird world we live in? And the fact is, if you don't love Star Trek the Motion Picture, you just don't get life. You just don't. And I'll tell you something, Dave. I mean, I got to tell you, when I saw The Empty Man, I hadn't seen it. I first saw The Empty Man.
To fuck after that movie.
No, when I first saw The Empty Man was when I got the fucking bootleg Blu-ray. And I didn't even know what it was about. I had no idea. I had no clue. And
I wish I brought you to an early screening.
Dude, if you guys watch The Empty Man, and you should, it like begins in like the Himalayas, some shit, and you're watching this, and I'm like, what the fuck?
A lot of people thought they were in the wrong theater.
Oh my God, The Empty Man! It's so good. You can't even begin to understand how entertaining it is to watch, because whatever you thought it was, it's not that. I was watching. I put it on. I was like, what? And I gotta tell you, I mean, it's not just because Dave Pryor's here. Everybody should watch The Empty Man, because if you love horror and if you love fantasy, it's fucking crazy good. And you have no fucking clue where it's going.
Rob, can I ask you, is it metal?
Dude, The Empty Man is fucking metal. It's fucking metal. Fuck yeah!
I want a gift of that.
It's also cosmic horror.
It is.
You know what? You know what The Empty Man is? It's what Alien 3 should have been, and I'll leave it there.
That's interesting.
Woo! And he'll bring it up. He'll
love that.
Pick that up tomorrow morning.
I'm going to tell Fincher
later this morning.
Don't tell him that.
On Let's Get Physical Media tomorrow morning, Rob will pick up.
You mean later this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, split hairs with me, pal.
I just want to thank David Pryor for being here. I want to thank Major Cha-Cha for being here. I want to thank all you guys for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Cha-Cha?
Cha-Cha.
You got a new name now.
Major Cha-Cha.
Major Cha-Cha.
Major
Cha-Cha. Chai-Chai.
Chai-Chai.
Major Cha-Cha.
Cha-Cha. She's Cha-Cha. Anyway. Listen, guys, I got to go, man. You guys...
Wait, pleasure, guys.
You want to just thank them?
And Parker. Thank
What about me?
Okay, I want to
What about
thank
me? What
David
am I?
Parker, who
As
designed
always,
this show, who
as
made it
always,
happen.
I'm neglected.
There is the most metal guy in this entire little composite screen I'm looking at is Dave
True.
Parker.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Parker,
one
I
with
mean,
the
ladies and
metal.
gentlemen, he
Sure.
actually, and by the way, he did come up with the idea of this show.
So there you go.
Fans versus creators.
And yet we got no answer.
Some answer. I've got a little bit of an answer. I think
In a
it's
world.
yeah,
We
yeah,
got a hint.
exactly.
I would say though that that's an open-ended question. I mean, if you go by what the studios say, I want Doomsday to happen, December 18th, Dune 3 and Doomsday. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, in terms of
over a long, boring movie in the desert with fucking worms and Hans Zimmer. Yay!
Goose isn't happy with you right now, man.
okay. I mean, I
had-
can't argue with
I
you.
had to. I had to.
All right, Dave, I get you.
Mr. Pryor, where can we see your new movie?
It'll be on Netflix eventually, sometime later this year. I start editing in about a week and a half.
Now, do you have to deliver by a certain date?
No dates have been given, except that I have, the usual guild mandated 10 weeks from the time that I officially wrap shooting to the time that I deliver a first cut. So that
When did you wrap?
March. I haven't wrapped yet. We wrap on. I'm here in Canada right now in a hotel room. We have 5 more days of shooting wolves, real wolves.
Wow.
Here in Alberta, and once I wrap that, I'll get back to LA and start editing 2 days after that, and then I have until about the middle or toward the 3rd week of March to deliver my first cut.
Where are you in Alberta?
Red Deer.
Nice. Okay.
It's kind of halfway between Calgary and Edmonton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Well, of
I've
course,
been to both.
Rob's been in Red Deer a lot, so he knows exactly.
No, I've been to both Calgary and Edmonton. Just saying.
Well, then I'm right. This is right in between.
Yeah.
Get right near Gasoline Alley, if that.
And
makes
how
any
do
sense.
you love? I mean, it's a very different experience to be there.
It's absolutely different. Yeah. Well, this is also, because we spent our first 9 weeks of shooting on stages in Toronto, and we wrapped in late December 22nd, I think. I got back to LA on the 23rd. We had a couple of weeks off. Just back here in Red Deer as of 3 days ago. So it's been a couple of days of prep. We've got a bunch of wolves. We've got a couple of set pieces out in the woods and some snow. And about five more days of shooting starting Monday, and then we'll be starting editorial. So
well, when you're back, look forward to reconnecting with you.
I would love to. Let's hook up, and I've got a lot of war stories, and love to hear what's going on.
I just love the fact
Right.
that you've continued on. You soldiered on. You have 2 decades plus of great work behind you, and it's amazing. You haven't given up. You fought the good fight, and you've made some great films.
And as yeah,
I tell you, I'm not qualified to do anything else. That's the problem. So it's like it's this or nothing. So,
but the funny thing is like there's a lot of us like that, and the thing is, what's great is that you got this opportunity to do it on the level that
it's a beautiful chance.
ideal.
No, it's like
Ideal.
I'm so grateful to Guillermo and Miles, who produced. Who's the other kind of on the ground producer, Miles Dale. Oscar, as I tease him, Oscar-winning producer Jay Miles Dale, because he won for The Shape of Water. No, it's
that little thing.
Yeah, that little thing. It's lovely. I mean, is it everything? There's always production problems. There's always something that you never had enough time for. But I was able to shoot 22 takes on shots that I would not have been able to do if we hadn't been fully supported. So
Sure,
it's been great. And hopefully, bigger and better from now on. But we'll see what happens. The movie isn't. I don't know what the fucking thing is yet, right? And if you ever guys, not to drag this on any longer. I know we're kind of wrapping
No.
it up, but just to
Keep
go
going.
quickly.
Go on.
Have you ever, there's a de rigueur kind of thing in the industry where you you're shooting and then it's expected that you're editing while you're shooting. And I know, Dave, you're an editor, and Rob, you're an editor. And I understand it from an expediency position. Obviously it makes sense. Like if you cut the day's footage from the day before and you know what you've missed and what you can pick up before the sets are torn down and all that shit. But to me, it's like, editing is the process in which you start grieving for the movie that you thought you were making. And discovering the movie that you actually made. And I'm not ready to do that while I'm still shooting.
No, of course not.
It's because you don't know what you've made. I think that everybody, like, it's great that an editor works while you're shooting. But I would say as a director, you can't look at that material because that's somebody else interpreting your work. And it's also like you've got 4 shots of a guy picking something up and carrying it out of a room. I'm not going to use. I might use 1 of those 4 shots. In fact, I might use none of them. But in the assembly, you're using all 4 of them, and so it's like. It's this weird thing. I just I know that I'm in the minority. I know that most directors spend the first part of the day in the editing room and they kind of look at what the cut's been the night before. I just don't want to even deal with it until I'm wrapped.
No,
so,
it's too. I mean, if you're in a position where you're lucky enough to be able to edit your own work in that sense, and you're probably the most qualified editor over anyone that they could probably give you at this point, it's like if they agree to that, it's like, well, guys, this is what comes with the package. You're
just gonna have to wait. I think that's kind of what it boils down to.
Sorry, but I can't. And the thing is, it's so important because even, I mean, that's the tough thing. The tough thing of being the director and the editor is like, you don't really get any chance to step back and be objective.
Yeah. And there's also there's the music of it, and only some of it is the music that you hear, right? There's a musicality that's happening, and it's not the audible kind. It's like it's something else. And so anyway, I'm sure everybody's thrilled with the dailies. The actors are all happy, and the producers are happy. I got nice notes from everybody. So I'm not complaining. It's just that it is a very strange situation to be in where you go, I've shot 10 weeks of stuff and I don't know what the fuck it is yet.
But I would say this, David.
Sorry,
Rob.
Well, I would say this. You don't need to know what it is yet. If you have the studio, you have your producers, everyone's loving it and they like your footage. What you need to do is allow for the time that you've earned.
The old saying, it's like it never looks better than the dailies and it never looks worse than the first assembly.
Yeah. Look, dude, I've been involved. I have to tell you, I had a story tonight that was about a film I worked on, and it was a great story. It's not pertinent to right now, but I would say this, you have done this work and people like what you've done, which means you've bought the time to spend in the edit bay to play and make it work. And they don't, the greatest thing about post-production is nobody gets it. All the people that are paying for it or that are wanting you to finish, they have no fucking clue. And when they come into an edit bay and watch you edit, they are completely lost. And you look over and you go, what do you think? They're like, they have no idea what to say.
Yeah, no, you're right.
As you know, they have no clue. They're in the they're like, you might be thinking, hey, take 8 frames out there and let's. Oh, that's great. And they're like, oh, was that any different? They have no clue. So
or you just kind of say you did it, and then it's the exact same thing, and they don't know.
The thing is, though, I think though that's the real people. You actually do it. You do take out 8 frames, and you know it's
you
good.
Try it. It's easy to try it.
Yeah, well, whatever. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, you are in a position where you got to direct your second feature film. It's amazing where you're at. And you can never, ever let them think you don't know what's good or not.
Of course.
Never, ever. No matter what. It never, it doesn't even matter. Whatever it is. Don't
above all, that's the job.
Yeah, never ever do it.
That's the job. You have to know what's right. And the thing is, you're the only guy who knows where the camera should be and what that performance should be.
But also, you do know.
Yeah,
you do know.
And even when you're not sure, you know, because you follow an instinct. You get something in the back of your mind that tells you.
And here's the thing, because everyone else doesn't know fuck all.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is you and here's everyone like plays peacock like fuck you. I don't want no just sit down, nose to the grindstone.
Yeah.
And the great way to be is like, here it is. And if you know what, if you do your job, people are like, oh my God, that was amazing. And you're like, oh, was it? Did you like it? You already know it's amazing. Don't ever say you know it is. You just let them look at it and go, you know, David, this is really good. Do you think so? Yeah, it's really good. I don't know. No, David, it's amazing. Maybe. No. Because you already know. The only way to get it the way you want is just hang back and go, let other people tell you. And here's the thing. You had what I read, that article I read, I was like, I wanted to reach out to you and like stroke your hair and be like, oh, David,
I could have used it. I could have used it.
Dude, I read that. I was like, fuck, man. I was so... And here I'm like, I'm buying Empty Man on the tuna train. Like, oh, thanks for sending me this Blu-ray. I felt so fucking terrible. I'm like, bro.
No, it's good. It's all good.
You should.
Here's the thing. That movie, you guys.
You should feel
the
so
Empty
terrible.
Man is so good. It's just so good. It has so many thoughts in its brain. It's really... You know what's funny about that movie? How many horror movies would make you smarter? David Pryor's The Empty Man it'll throw you into an existential crisis. Honestly, it totally will.
Oh, you totally mean like right now, the way we all feel,
dude?
Yeah, I feel. I
wish I didn't see The Empty Man because I would feel better about my life. And since I saw it, I'm like walking around going,
"You might not be real, Rob.
I just don't even want to live anymore." Just saying. That's why The Empty Man's great.
Boy, I've said that so many times on this show internally.
I'm just saying it right now, probably.
In a world. Well, listen, kids.
In a world.
It's 1:33 a.m.
In a world where what? In a world where what?
In a world
the wretched devoured
wears a great dress.
Where the wretched devours.
Oh yeah, well there you go.
Wretched devours.
Hey, that's
all right. Everybody take a turn. Wretched devours.
The Pierce Bros, Los Bros Pierce. Come on, they deserve our. I love the Wretched.
I need to see that movie. I haven't seen it yet, and I told
really
Brett,
good. It's so much.
I told him in the chat I need to watch it, and so we're going to try to hook up when I'm back in LA.
And by the way, the Pierce Bros they're the best. They're so nice. They're so cool. Awesome.
I told them to reach out and get my info from you guys. So pass.
Totally rad. They're so great.
Awesome.
And by the way, if there's anything this channel can do, let's just get these films out theatrically. By the way, The Empty Man, I want to see it in IMAX. Come on, what's up?
That'd be awesome. We shot it in 8K.
Let's make that happen.
Have you guys seen the Wolf of Snow Hall? By the way,
yes.
I dug that movie.
I own it.
I think that's a really cool movie.
It really is.
And Jim Cummings is an awesome guy.
He is.
Oh my God, I have to tell you, I've only
God.
directed one movie 25 years ago, but Jim Cummings I want him to star in my next movie.
Jim Cummings
Never mind
called me
Nirvana.
out.
I've written the script. It exists.
Jim Cummings like emailed me or called me or whatever out of the blue somehow, and I ended up over at his house having lunch with him and his wife and watching his new TV show, and just like he's hanging in his pajamas, like he's the coolest dude in the world.
I want him to star.
in,
I want him to star in a
also
movie
in-
called Never Mind Nirvana.
He's also,
The script
if
is
everyone
written-
wonders, he's also in the beginning of Halloween Kills.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. He's like the real deal. I think he's unbelievably talented.
I want him to be in my movie.
And Last Stop at Yuma County.
Oh, Last
So
Stop in Yuma
good.
County is
Cool movie.
fantastic.
So good.
It's a
Fantastic.
really cool movie.
He's great. Yeah, for sure. No, it's so there's a lot of cool stuff happening in movies. Like as despairing as I can get, and not for no reason.
It's just despairing
see
for Rob
stuff-
and I. Everyone else is getting beautiful.
That's
shit.
not
Rob
true,
and I are the
Dave.
only ones
That's
who are
not
despairing.
true at all. That is absolutely not true. It's despairing for
Dude, I got my
everyone. You
audio
have
drama
lots of
coming out
company.
next month. I've got the White Devils coming out.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. All this
I can't
crazy
wait.
weird.
The White Devils. I
I'm
wonder
still
what
waiting
that's
for your feedback on what I sent you there, Rob.
I know.
What was that about the Mortal Kombat?
No. an erotic
This
thriller.
is some. Yeah. Which I'm actually looking to make some real headway with it by I'm turning it into a book.
True.
So. Yeah.
Guys,
What's the
girls. Oh, there you go. What's the title?
Entrapment.
It's a good title.
One that's been used before, but
Yeah.
It has.
Makes me think of
Yes.
what's
Sean Connery and Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Catherine
When
Zeta-Jones'
Cortez came
ass
to the
is what
New
made-
World, he burned his ship.
It makes me think of the trailer shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, everybody.
What
we have to
trailer
go.
shot?
I gotta go.
Okay.
I gotta get up early. No, I don't. But whatever.
No, you don't. You just
Yeah,
have to
I
go.
know. You're like,
to
Peter
wake
Bastion
up
will
and
get very
wake up.
mad at me if I don't. You know.
Oh no, the trash panda will get angry.
All right,
Hey.
guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's so good to talk to you guys.
It's been epic. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
David.
Everyone, thank
Thanks for
you
coming
so
in.
much.
Thanks. By the way, tell everyone what's the new movie called.
The Boy in the Iron Box.
And
It'll be a Netflix
when can we see it?
release. Netflix, probably. I'm hoping it'll be sometime in the fall of 2026, but we haven't decided yet. So there's been no official release date. But yeah.
Did you write it? Did you direct it? What is your role in the film?
Wrote, directed, and edited.
Wow, that's amazing. So, is this the first time you've spoken about it publicly?
I think so. There's been a little bit of trade activity. You know, Rupert Friend was announced as the lead. There was a couple of little, typical announcements that happened in Deadline, but nothing. I haven't spoken about it publicly until now. So,
Now,
yeah, it's
let
an
me ask you
exclusive.
this before I let you go.
It's a Midnight Metal exclusive.
That's right.
Oh my
exclusive. There's
God.
wolves. There's
Dude,
wolves.
fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. No, here's the thing. I would ask you, obviously, as a special features producer, you're like somebody who's done amazing work. With physical media being re-released, repopped, what would you like to see your work that hasn't come out yet be re-released?
I would love to. I want a 4K release of The Empty Man with the alternate additional scenes, deleted scenes. Some of the we did a lot of different special features. We had a whole package of special features planned that have never seen the light of day. So it's all waiting in a vault to be done. And then I'd love to see, whatever happens with The Boy in the Iron Box. I'd love eventually to see a disc release. I know it's Netflix, so it's not likely to happen soon after its premiere. But eventually, it's not uncalled. It's certainly not unprecedented that it might be a physical release. I'm a big proponent of physical media. I hate the idea of movies that only get a digital release, and so anything I can possibly do to fight against that, I'm here for it.
Well,
I'm
100%.
okay with
I feel the
digital
exact same way.
releases if they have like extra. Like, I still use iTunes, so I like iTunes extras.
I would just
So,
rather have them be on
yeah,
disc, the
I
disc
know.
extras.
I
You
Yeah.
know,
know.
it's like it's
It's
so much
like
better.
for me, it's the next best thing.
I showed a friend. I showed my son. You know, I was watching. You know, I've got an 85-inch TV. I've got an HDR Apple TV. It's like I've got all the best stuff. But he was watching Fury Road, and I came in and I just about had a heart attack looking at all of the compression artifacts that were going on and the gradations between the teal and the blue, right, in the sky when you're seeing the sand go to the blue. And I'm just like, God damn it! So I said, Hudson, stop. Pause it right on this frame, and I put in the 4K and I fast forwarded to that frame on the disc and then switched inputs. And I was like, tell me that there isn't a major difference. And thankfully, at 17, he was able to go, holy shit, that's a big fucking difference. But
You've done
it's a
well,
major
Mr. Pryor. You've raised your children well. Thank God,
But
sir.
it's shocking how different it is. You know, it's like, and what just passes for acceptable on a streaming platform is not acceptable. So, anyway.
Well, listen,
Good night,
this is a great
folks.
show. Go ahead, Dave.
Good night, folks.
Oh, yes, good night.
Good night, Dave.
Good night.
Good to see you guys
Bye.
again.
Dave.
Take
I want
care.
to thank everybody for
I'm
being
waiting-
here,
I'm waiting.
supporting the channel. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Yes.
And we will be back. We will be back at 11
In
o'clock.
hours.
Which is 9 hours from now. Dieter Bastrom from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. By the way, I thought I would have nothing to show, and then suddenly I got a gigantic stack of stuff from
Oh,
Kingdom
must be
Warrior.
must be nice.
Look, man, what do you want me to say? I mean, I love Lucifer. To have the entire series on Blu-ray, I'm not going to complain. For free, you know.
It's pretty good.
I mean, I got Babe and Babe Pig in the City in 4K.
I love Pig in the City.
I know, right? It's fucking George Miller.
Pig in the City is amazing.
You guys
Amazing.
can talk about that in the morning.
Well, it is the morning. I've been talking.
I mean, you know, on the other show.
Yeah,
About how
okay.
much you love Pig in the City.
Dude, I can't help that. For 6 years we've been doing this show.
Huh?
6 years.
Amazing.
Oh my God. In a world where one dome city is the last stop for every 30-year-old. I don't know, dude. It's fine.
It is. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys.
Thank you
All right.
all.
Thanks,
David
everybody.
Pryor
Thank you,
directing
thank
The
you.
Empty Man, now directing a new movie that's coming out to Netflix. David, tell us one more time, what is the name of the film?
The Boy in the Iron Box.
The Boy in the Iron Box, written and directed by David Pryor, the man who's created some of the greatest special features ever known to man, who directed The Empty Man, that, by the way, I will not apologize for buying a 4K version off Stinky Tuna, off the tuna train. And if you don't know what that is,
Blu-ray
I'm not gonna
version. He
explain
didn't
it to
get the 4K version. There's no.
That's the only.
Not
four.
yet.
I'm just saying. By
Not
the
yet.
way, The Empty Man fucking rules. And why does 20th Century Fox sit on their horror titles? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe
Where
I
is
guess you'll have to call
Barbarian?
the guy-
Where
I
is The
guess you'll
Empty
have to
Man?
call the
Don't know.
guy and ask him on Let's Get Physical Media.
Okay, I'm not going to do that,
All right.
but yeah. I'm just saying he's done the work. We've got Kingdom of Heaven and Master and Commander. I'm just saying we're going to get Barbarian. We will get The Empty Man. And it's going to be amazing. And thank you, David Pryor, for being here. I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank my compatriot,
God bless you.
Dave Parker, for actually telling me to do this show.
Dave,
Now-
love you.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing. I want to thank everybody for being here. Major
I am
Chai
amazing.
Chai.
Thank you.
Rob, they're saying there are a bunch of super chats that you haven't read.
Oh, shit.
We'll get to those next time, guys.
No.
Can I read one that can I just say one that I sent in before I came on here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but going back to the Mushkin, I mentioned that I want to see Malin Ackerman and Brittany Snow experience the mushkin on the next season of The Hunting Wives.
Okay,
Awesome.
That's amazing. Well done. So, I forgot. Okay.
Oh no! Oh shit! Oh shit!
All right, you guys.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Is there not a more perfect way to end this show?
No. We have to look. If people send in
Oh,
super chats,
God.
we have to honor. People sent. They. I'm sorry.
For you money, I don't
The
get
mush.
any of it.
Okay.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's fine.
Oh no! Oh no!
Rob, get it together and read these fucking chats.
Okay.
Breathe.
Stop it. Stop fucking around. Jeff, I fucking hate you.
Okay. Wait.
I
I hate
Stop.
you right
Stop.
now, man. You're never coming on again. God damn it. How dare you?
Yeah.
Rob, get it together. Stop it. Don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh, Rob. Don't you dare laugh.
Okay.
Don't laugh. Melly Ackerman. Oh, he's got the giggles now.
Okay.
Ooh.
Super chats. Okay.
Oh no! Oh shit!
No, it's guys. I've
Get
got
it together.
I've got
Let's
it
go.
together. I got it together. It's
Let's go.
Let's do super chats.
Let's.
I feel terrible. I forgot about that. Okay. All right. Just so you know.
By the way, real quick, Dave, it was Christopher Young is doing the music.
Oh my
awesome.
God! Really?
Oh,
Hellraiser, Christopher Young.
Yeah.
Well, he did-
That's amazing.
It makes sense. That's great.
Okay,
he did.
guys.
interesting that he did the music for Entrapment, the Sean Connery.
He certainly
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, go figure.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot of super chats. Hang
Oh,
on.
look at all the money Rob's making that I don't get a piece of.
No, you
Let's
will.
go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, we will do it. So, still 50 and still metal. Says hello, Dave.
Hello.
And
Jesus
by the
sake,
way,
like
Peter
2
says,
hours ago.
Shalom, Habibi, and a very happy new year to you all. Kind of disappointed you were not wearing period correct
Yeah, we
clothing.
did this one.
We did that one.
We did
Did
this
that
one.
one.
We did this one.
Boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
guys, thanks.
Shalom Abibi. Yeah, I definitely.
Okay,
remember that
DUI Champ says, hey
Yeah,
guys.
we did that one.
Oh,
we did that one. That's the Five Nights at Freddy's. I saw the girl get stabbed 12 times. I'm disturbed. We had a whole hour-long conversation about that one.
Well, hang on, Dave. I'm just checking.
I'm just telling you.
Well, have we done Mondo Mike G? Who says
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
we can't forget WB's run this year of non-IP. Companion, Sinners, Weapons, one battle after another. I appreciate you two and cheers to the further success of human genius. I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that, look, Warner
we
Brothers made...
We did cover that. We said, yes, I know that we're talking broad statements here. and
Well,
that
I mean, I would say
those
that Roy
movies
Lee
were
alone,
accepted.
his own films, $2.5 billion.
Yes,
Pretty.
yes, we covered we covered it.
All right. Well, okay. Castle Grace Skull gifted a membership, which is good. Marco Esquindolas said tariff. Tariff.
Terrifying.
No. Oh, Terrifier's hot trash. Okay. Is that true? Marco Esquindolas also gifted 5 memberships. We had a great membership call today, just saying. And Super Chat comes from Dave. What's the best animal for a horror movie?
Anteater.
Come on, really? I like that answer. It's
No,
pretty good.
no, or a wombat. Maybe a wombat.
Wombat.
Hasn't
Why
been
not
done.
why not a hippo horror movie? Aren't there any of those?
Yeah.
There's no hungry hippos yet. That would be the best one.
Yeah, because people assume sharks are the scariest animals, but it's actually hippos are scarier than sharks.
They're pretty. That's not wrong.
Yeah, because people think they're adorable until you get in their territory.
That's
Yeah, they kill
okay.
more
Okay.
people in Africa than
So
Yeah.
so hippos, hippos. I'll go with Jeff with hippos.
All right. Well, friend of the channel and Norwegian Kryptonian says. By the way, been a 56 months of membership. There's a Hollywood term that confuses me. Asian representation. How can you represent 60% of the world's population in a movie? Asia is 48 different countries with an estimated 2,300 different languages. You know how I deal with that? Asian girls are hot. I mean, I'm like, what do you want me to say?
And Sima Lu was not. So there we go.
Well, I mean, I think the Koreans are. I think he's a great actor.
Is he great? He's a great actor.
Okay, you know what? I liked Shang-Chi.
He's got zero charisma.
I don't think that's true. Hang on, we're still going forward.
Yes.
Connor Mullis says, "Cheers, Robert. Gonna do a shot in your name." Well, I will too. This is water, but I need it.
Moonshine.
Yeah. So hang on. We now have Jay. Hang on, just 1 second. Jay. Oh, feed pause to scroll. I don't even know what to say. Hang on. Let me just. Wow, there's a lot of people that. Jay Bling says
That was mine.
Oh, that's yours. I want to see Malin Ackerman and Britney
Yeah,
Britney Snow
Yeah.
experience the mushkin together.
Yeah, I already
Guys,
told you that one.
you know what's funny about the mushkin? It's like a Mobius loop. You can't even get to the end of it. It's so difficult. And when you finally get there, your partner is so ecstatic that she doesn't even know you're. I mean, oh my God!
Jeez,
It's like
Rob, move on.
Yeah,
Just move on.
you have no
Just
idea.
Move
I'm
on.
just okay, Dave. That's fine. Apocalypse Cow says the young girl that gets shot in Assault on Precinct 13 was a good shock, in my opinion, referencing the Five Nights topic. But Precinct 13 had humanity. Listen, man, if you don't, I understand the vanilla twist scene blows people's minds, but it's crazy. I mean, it does have humanity, and it's the most shocking thing I think maybe ever. Dave, what do you think? I wanted vanilla twist.
It's very shocking. Kylie Richards getting shot. Very shocking.
Here's a super chat that says, For Wish I'm a Wiccan. Please
Foolish
get me
American.
excited for what's that?
Foolish American.
Okay, is that a girl, guy? What's up?
I don't know.
Well, please get me excited for Doomsday with tangibles.
Can't. Because he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know anything. I can't get you excited with tangibles. What does tangibles mean?
Like something meaty in the script, some spoiler. You can't because you don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Sorry.
I haven't read this 186-page script.
No.
I haven't read the colored
Anything.
pages.
Next.
From April to August. I haven't read them.
And next.
So I can't say anything. And I don't want to get anyone excited as I am, because I know that Avengers Doomsday is going to be one of the great fantasy films ever made. Just saying. Okay.
Dave Pryor tapped out.
Dave Pryor tapped out, but I can't. What can I say?
I don't blame him.
So I can't tell you about.
Next.
Okay, just hang on. A silly goose says thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters hot toys. They've been teasing them recently. Okay.
You
Not
could've just
only
asked
do I
us
want
who's
all
here.
the K-pop hot toys, I want the fucking jacket. I want that chick's like the white.
Yeah,
Yellow.
yeah, you should. Yeah, you'll look good in that jacket, Rob.
Say what you want.
You'll look real hot in that jacket. I can't wait.
I don't have
see
to look
you
hot. I just want to wear it.
Cling onto that youth of yours with that
Look,
jacket.
don't impose your depression on me. I'm having a good time.
I'm not. I'm imposing sleepiness. That's all. That we're all feeling.
Starship Alien has become a new member. PGS Hero, thank you for that.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
we're done. We are done. All right? Going to bed, everybody. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 5 o'clock on the East Coast.
Fuck.
3 for me, 4 for Chai.
Look, kids, this is a great night.
And
so
and
much
Goose
fun.
too.
Tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I and Dieter Bastian, we are going to... And Max Allen Collins. We haven't even talked about this. I assume.
And David Pryor.
And David Pryor should come on.
He's gonna
Send me
show up
his email.
too.
All right, kids. It was a good night.
Yeah.
Why
Good
don't
night,
we end
everyone.
this crazy show that started at 9? It's now 2
hate
o'clock.
you.
It's a 5-hour show. Can we do a show that's not 5 hours long, Dave? Can we?
I don't know, Rob. Can we?
I don't know. You set this up.
It's your fucking flapping flapjacks that keep it going for 5 hours.
I don't think that's true.
guys on the screen, what do you think?
Okay, at the end of the day,
Thank you.
I'm so used to being mirror
You're
image.
pointing to me. What do you mean? I'm keeping it going, you bastard.
Yeah.
okay, guys,
I'm
kids,
used to these things being mirror image because I'm so used to coming on Zoom. But,
all right.
yeah.
I think it's time to go to sleep now.
Yes.
Watch The Empty Man and go to sleep.
Say goodnight,
everyone.
Rob.
Good night,
Say
Rob.
Good night, Rob.
Okay, kids. Thank you so much.
Good night, guys.
Everybody, thank you very much for supporting the channel and
Shut down.
all that.
See you
And
next
tomorrow
time.
or later today, what time is it? In 9 hours, I will see you soon. By the way,
I
I
can't.
got a
Oh,
great.
God.
I got great boxes.
And
today
wait,
from
your
Kino.
tagline, Rob. Don't forget your tagline.
Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. And on that note,
Remember, Rob Burnett has a story that's way longer than any of yours. love you.
Not true.
Love
It's
you.
not
I
true.
love you. You're my boy, Blue.
I just watched that movie today, ironically.
Oh my
But whatever.
God. It's time to go to bed, kids.
Shut down. Shut down.
I'm going to
Goodbye.
Shut
Goodbye.